April 22nd. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Soria.
Happy to be here.
Yay. Council Vice President Esparza.
Present.
President Chavez.
Here. All right, next up will be our invocation by Father Jim Pappas from St. George Greek Orthodox Church. Do we have him queued up, Brianna? Pastor Pappas, thank you for being here. If you could lead us in the invocation.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to do this today. Beloved Lord and gracious Lord, we are blessed by your presence today as we gather to make decisions which will benefit our beloved city and the community which we serve. Grant us the wisdom of Solomon to discern what matters most in every deliberation. May we do so without pride, but humility to honor the greater good. You alone are good, and having been created in your image and likeness, help us to emulate that same goodness and discernment. We ask all of this in your holy name, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless everyone.
Pledge of Allegiance, Councilmember Bredefeld. Thank you for that, and thank you, Father Jim, for your words this morning that will hopefully guide our work. Just for the benefit of the public, this is the first time that we're back live in the chamber, so please be patient. We will probably encounter some technical difficulties. We just ask for your patience and understanding, but rest assured we will try to get to everybody that Zooms or calls in to make sure that they get their voice heard. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I have several changes. First, I'd like to announce that we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators. Okay, the first item is item 1H is being removed from the agenda with no return date. The item is actions relating to residential recycling, and that is being removed by Councilmember Arias.
And City Clerk, just so make sure that we're clear on the process, the Councilmember Arias intends to pull the agenda item.
Exactly. If there's any challenges to that, there needs to be a motion if you disagree. The next item being removed from the agenda is item 1L. It's a award to a service agreement to GenFair, a division of SPX Corporation of Elk Grove, Illinois, to maintain the Department of Transportation Fresno area's express fare collection system in a state of good repair for 1 year with 4 optional one-year extensions, with the total contract value of extensions of $2,235,432, and authorize the Director of Transportation or designee to execute the contract documents. And that is being removed by Councilmember Arias. The next item is being pulled from the agenda and continued to a future date. That's item 1D as in David, actions pertaining to commercial cannabis activity. And this is being pulled in advance to the new date by the mayor and the city manager's office, and continue to 5/13/21 for introduction and 5/27/21 for adoption. The amendment that was attached when it was introduced on April the 8th did not include a necessary revision. The next item are changes to the agenda. The first one is item 1Y, as in Yam. The item is to approve the appointments of Raquel Busani to the Fresno Metropolitan Flood District Board and the reappointment of Lawrence Garcia to the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control Board. Ms. Busani's term for the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District Board will terminate on August 3rd, 2024, not 2025, as currently noted on the appointment sheet. These items are being pulled from the agenda from the consent calendar and moved to the contested consent calendar. Item 1L, award an agreement to GenFair, a division of SPX. Again, this is the same item that I announced would be proposed to be removed by Council Member Arias. So this one is, Councilmember Maxwell is asking to move this item to contested consent for discussion.
So I'm a bit confused. I thought it was being pulled completely. Is it being moved
No.
to contested?
The ones I'm reading now is for contested consent. They're being
Oh,
pulled
okay.
from the
Got it.
consent to contested.
But if it has already been motioned to be pulled off the agenda, wouldn't that motion supersede unless a follow-up motion? Is that what Councilmember Maxwell wants to do? That's what I think we need to be clarified. It's not clear.
Council. So-
Councilmember Maxwell, what did you want to do with this item?
We could defer to Councilmember Arias' motion to table it.
Okay.
To table the item
Okay.
entirely. Okay. So
Okay.
for the record, the item, they wish to table the item.
Got it. So item 1L will be tabled. The next change is item 1U, which is approve a substitute replacement subcontractor, Total Concrete Services for Fresno Fire Station number 18. And this is being continued to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And another item to be tabled is item 1E, approve the Second Amendment to the Consulting Services Agreement with Lars Anderson and Associates to increase the original contract amount by $49,700 by $8,000 for a total amended contract of $57,700 to provide additional services for plans with specification modifications and bidding, phase support to rebid the Solid Waste Convenience Center, and that is being tabled by Councilmember Arias. Item 1E.
All right. Thank you for that, City Clerk. Do any council members have any changes? And for the sake of me being limited here on my technological devices, I'm going to go from left to right, starting with Councilmember Carbasi. Do you have any changes or anything else you want to pull?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Item 1H, it's been removed without any future date. I want to make a motion to keep it on the agenda. I did meet with staff. If there are questions, we should ask them, and then we can, of course, postpone it after that.
All right, item 1H. You wish to keep that on the agenda?
Well, there's no future date when it's coming back, so I would. If we have questions, I think we should ask staff. They took time to meet with us. I met with them. I don't know if there's a reason why we would just take it off indefinitely. It's kind of important.
I think from what I understand, Councilmember Carbasi, there's some research and information that council colleagues wanted to get more of. I know that's going to be dependent on their schedule, but why don't we say we plan on bringing this sometime in May?
Thank you, sir.
Any other changes? Councilmember Soria?
I wanted, excuse me, I wanted to pull 1K.
1K?
For contested. Yeah.
Okay. And that's to contested consent, Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
All right. Any other items?
I'll just make some comments in a little bit on some of the items that have been remained on the consent calendar, if that's
Okay.
okay in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1M. and
M as in Mike?
Mayor- Yep.
All right.
1W.
1W.
I would like to remove from the agenda 1Y, just so I could meet with Ms. Busani. Councilmember Arias brought that forward, and we'll set up an appointment. I just want to meet with her. She's going to have an appointment to the Flood Control District, and then we can bring it back.
Absolutely. I'm agreeable to that.
All right.
Okay, and then 1Z, I would like to register a no vote on that.
1Z as in zebra?
Yes,
Okay. All right.
that's it.
City Clerk, did you get that? All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Vice President Esparza?
No, we're good.
Yeah. All right. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make one correction. The item being pulled from consent for separate discussion is not 1U, but 1B as in Victor. It's the extension of the contract for Fire Station 18. And that's simply for separate discussion from consent.
So item 1V is in Victor.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Maxwell?
No changes, Council President.
Changes. All right. Do I have a motion
I'll
to
make a
approve the
motion.
remaining of the calendar?
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Vice President Nelson. Is there any opposition? All right. Motion carries. All right. We will now move on to ceremonial presentations. First up is the one, the only Captain Farah, and I understand Councilmember Carbasi and Councilwoman Soria will be presenting the proclamation.
Wow. I wish every day was my birthday. So, good morning to the folks that are listening to us online through Zoom or through any other social media platform. I am very proud to be joining Councilmember Carbasi in this special proclamation for Captain Burke Farah. I've had the pleasure of working with him ever since I became council representative for District 1 and had the pleasure of working side by side with him in the Northwest area. He was recently moved to the Central District, which I'm still excited about because I still get to work with him. But I did want to just thank you for all the work that you did for, especially west of the 99, for all those families, for coming out to the neighborhoods, for doing the coffee meetings with us, and just being present and making sure that you listen to the concerns of the citizens, especially of the Northwest District. So I want to thank you for your commitment to service the public, and to keeping families safe in the city of Fresno, especially in that area. And we're excited to have you in the Central District. We're lucky. We have already had an opportunity to talk about a number of potential things that we could do together post-COVID to get really the neighborhood activated and engaged moving forward. So thank you so much for the work that you've done. And we're just excited, to be able to provide you a nice proclamation here today.
Thank you, Member Soria, and happy birthday. So, Captain Farah, I know you're really excited to be here today. I'm more excited than you are, believe me. And to Mrs. Farah, thank you so much for letting us borrow your husband all those times he has to help us keep our community safe. I just want to say, for me, the Northwest District has its challenges. We have the community at Fairmont and Holt, a lot of great people that have faced a lot of challenges, or folks west of 99 that have issues. But, for me, being able to call you at any time of the day or text you, and you being responsive, and you being a resident of Northwest Fresno as well, you're very invested, and you were always out there, whether it was a small little meeting at the Milburn Overlook, or it was a very large meeting at Faulkner Elementary. You recall that one. That was pretty interesting. But I'm just very grateful to you because you represent what is best of this department. And I really mean that. And that really trickles down to all the beat officers out there protecting our community. I've always said before, and you know this, that the number one responsibility of this city is public safety. When someone calls 911, we get 1,200 calls a day. They need to be able to answer the call. And you set that example for all our officers. I am very, very grateful to you. And by the way, just so you know how personal this gentleman's service is, when we got a couple of threats, Councilmember Arias remembers that experience, you actually came to my dad's house to make sure he was safe. And that means a lot to me. You didn't send someone else out. You did it yourself. And that's leadership. And personally, I know you do that for anyone in this community. Thank you for your service, and thank you to the officers under your leadership, and now with the Central District. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
I'd just like to say that law enforcement is a team sport, and I've had the privilege of working with some amazing teams, both in Northwest and now in Central. It's also a family sport. We couldn't do it without the support of my wife, Diana. She and the nurses in the NICU at CRMC are watching on Zoom right now, so thank you, people. She is the true superhero in our family. I just take her cape to the dry cleaner. I'd like to thank Mayor Dyer for believing in me, and I thank Chief Paco Valderrama for giving us an opportunity to serve this community. Our focus is on reducing violent crime, building community trust, and recruiting more officers to make this city safer. It is a privilege to police your hometown, and I've enjoyed that privilege now since 1993 and look forward to serving for another 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Farah. One round for Captain Farah. Thank you. Mayor, the mayor's going to make some comments.
Diane, I know you're at home here, and I just wanted to stand here next to Burke and congratulate you and congratulate Burke. This guy is steadfast, hard worker, one of the most incredible police officers that Fresno has seen, and staff officer. I had the opportunity to, I was Burke Sergeant when he came to the city of Fresno Police Department, Southeast District, from LAPD as a lateral. And then I had the opportunity to promote him a few times. And so Burke is somebody that is steadfast, very dedicated, and really exemplifies what I think professionalism is in law enforcement. So Burke, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Sori and Carbasi, for recognizing this tremendous officer. Thank you, Burke.
Thank you. Even our microphone supports.
Councilmember Carbasi, would you like the clerk to read the proclamation?
That would be good. Thank you.
City Clerk.
Yes, I'm reading it now. Whereas prior to his career with the Fresno Police Department, Burke Farah was an officer for the Los Angeles Police Department in Southern California. And whereas Captain Farah has spent nearly the last 3 decades with the Fresno Police Department and served as the captain of the Northwest Policing District from October 2016 to February 2021. And whereas Captain Farah's services provided to the communities of Northwest Fresno has always been unmatched and deeply admired, serving the neighbors of the community in which he lives. Captain Farah has made the city of Fresno a better and safer place to live and grow. And whereas we thank Captain Farah for his years of outstanding service in the Northwest Fresno, we are hopeful that there are many more central policing districts as well as we all strive for a better, safer Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby honor and recognize the services of Captain Burke Farah.
Thank you for that, City Clerk. Next up is a proclamation for National Crime Victim Rights Week by Councilmember Maxwell.
Council President, if I may just chime in just very briefly. We have Captain Farah over in the Central Policing District now at Manchester. He's been great. I definitely see why Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Carbasi have been so enthusiastic about him and presented him the proclamation. And we welcomed him to Central, appreciated the time he's given. Very hands-on, very resident-driven, and so we appreciate his service and looking forward to continuing to work with him over at Central.
Thank you for that, Vice President. Councilmember Maxwell?
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have our victim advocates queued up? Perfect. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. It's great to have you here this morning. For the folks that may not know, when I moved back to Fresno back in 2016, I actually got my start as a victim advocate for the Crime Victim Assistance Center. Brianna, could you share that photo? You know, I learned a lot from my time here with this group. Yeah, this was my very first time in the council chambers about 4 or 5 years ago. I was just that awkward kid in front of the dais, and now I'm just that awkward kid sitting behind the dais. So I learned a lot during my time with the Crime Victim Assistance Center. You know, it taught me about the epidemic of domestic violence in our community and how prevalent it was here in the city and the county of Fresno. I know I learned how to navigate my way through the criminal justice system, whether it was working with our local police department, going to criminal court, domestic violence court, working with probation officers, or even working with the district attorney's office. But most importantly, what I took away from my time with the Crime Victim Assistance Center was the compassion it taught me. Well, we work with these victims every single day, showing them compassion and helping them in their times of needs. Thank you, Brianna. I just want to take, a quick moment to recognize that so much of our criminal justice system is focused on just that, the criminal. We have politicians who create new penal codes with the flick of a pen. We have police officers that apprehend suspects. We take them to the county jail that's overseen by the sheriff. They're prosecuted by a district attorney. They're defended by a public defender. But something so essential is often missed in that entire process. And that's the victim, the person that was victimized in this whole process. And so today we bring attention to the rights of violent crime victims and survivors. We reaffirm their rights in our legal justice system, acknowledge the achievements in victim services, and honor those whose profession it is to serve these victims in their most dire time of need. And while we take this time to remember those that found themselves the victim of the most unforgivable crime, homicide, we more importantly gather today to remember the lives that they lived and the impact that they had on our community, whether it was a star football player from Southwest Fresno, whether it was a family going through a drive-through Fig Garden on an unsuspecting night that was the victim of a violent car accident, whether it was a street vendor who was gunned down in Central Fresno whose family relied on him to make ends meet. All of these people's lives mattered. And because of the James Rowland Crime Victim Center, we're able to make sure that their families are given the services and attention that they need. And it's important to note that the friends, the family, and loved ones of these victims often find themselves victimized too. And we know that one senseless act of violence often has a ripple effect that lasts for generations in our community. Lastly, I just want to recognize all the crime victim advocates at the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. We have tens of thousands of violent crimes in our county every single year, and accordingly, we have tens of thousands of violent crime victims. And out of all those victims, there's a group of about 15 dedicated people whose job it is to make sure that these victims and their families in their most dire time of need are given the attention, resources, and referrals that they need to recover the best that they can. There's nothing that these advocates can say or do that are going to bring back a loved one or undo the harm or violence that was caused. And God forbid we're ever the victim of a crime, but we know that if a loved one ever is, they will be in the best hands possible with the victim advocates at the James Rowland Crime Victim Center. Kudos to all of you for all the hard work that you do. You are some of the most competent and compassionate people I've ever had the pleasure of working alongside here in the city of Fresno. So I look forward to presenting you all with this proclamation tomorrow at the James Rowland Center. And, I'll hand it over to the victim advocates or chief if you have a few words, and then we'll have the clerk read the proclamation afterwards.
Good morning to the City Council and to President Chavez. And so thank you so much, Councilman Maxwell, for those eloquent words of encouragement to the victims of the Fresno County. I'm hoping that you guys can hear me okay, but the James Rowland Crime Victims Assistance Center is one that is unique in the state of California. There are only 2 probation departments in the state of California whose Crime Victims Assistance Center is housed under a probation department. Most of them are with the district attorney's office. And I think it's an important point that we are, because probation is that neutral party in the criminal justice system who really looks after the things that crime victims have to go through, the many aspects of how the system touches victims. Our victim advocates and the work that they do in order to navigate people through the system it goes without saying, the work that they do is valuable and invaluable to someone who has been a victim of violent crime. And so we take this week during the National Crime Victims' Rights Week to recognize crime victims and also to recognize the work that our victim advocates do. And so I really appreciate you, Councilman Maxwell, and appreciate your perspective, your unique perspective that you worked with us in right alongside these advocates. And so you have a really good understanding of what it is that victims go through and the work that these victim advocates go through when it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job when you're dealing with victims and the impact that it has to families. I just want to recognize Joy Thompson, who's our division director over our Crime Victims Assistance Center unit, and also Karen Roach, who is the probation services manager over our unit. And I was going to ask Karen if she could recognize, because we do have some victim advocates on the call today, and so if she could take some time to recognize them, that would be great.
Sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you, Chief Haynes. I would be honored to introduce the advocates that are on the call today. I do have, my staff totals 24 hardworking advocates, probation officers, volunteers, student workers, who have all dedicated their professional career to serving and taking care of any citizen of Fresno County who has been touched by crime. So again, I want to echo Chief Haynes' gratitude, Councilman Maxwell. You were gone by the time I got here, but for me, it was a no-brainer to reach out to you regarding this proclamation due to your intimate knowledge as to what my advocates do day in and day out, because you did it yourself. So thank you for those words that you praised my staff. I could not even come close to doing as eloquent as you did. But I do have 5 or 6 staff that were able to hop on. This is just a small representation of, like I said, 24 dedicated professionals that work day in and day out to serve our citizens of Fresno City and Fresno County. So I'd like to introduce a few of them. I've got Senior Victim Advocate Gwen Post. If you'll see, I don't know if it shows up on the screen, I am using her login because I couldn't get my login to work. So unfortunately, she is on the call. I've got DPO Board Tammy Tabaki, who deals specifically with restitution, helping our victims get some sense of a tangible getting whole from their victimization. I have Victim Advocate Jessica Munoz, Victim Advocate Jeanette Miller, and Victim Advocate Sybil Luna, who are actually on this call. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything, but again, Councilman Maxwell, thank you very much, as well as all the other council members for honoring us today during this week. This is one week out of the year that we really get a focus on raising awareness of victims' rights. And we usually do some sort of week-long campaign in order to do that, raising awareness of victims' rights, working with our partners. We know we can't do this alone. And in order for us to be able to service all the victims that we do, it is a whole team effort. So I want to just say thank you. And it's an honor to be here today, and it's an honor for me and my advocates to walk alongside any victim as they walk this path that is probably at times one of the worst times of their life, and we're here to support and assist and do what we can. So thank you very much.
You have an absolutely amazing staff. Thank you for joining us. And City Clerk, would you mind reading the proclamation?
Whereas each April, National Crime Victim Rights Week provides an opportunity for an annual commemoration of Fresno's victims of crime. And whereas the community members of the City of Fresno and County continue to be victimized by violent crime and deserve respect, resources, restoration, refuge, and justice. And whereas when any community member in the city or throughout the state is harmed by crime, all are impacted by the devastating results. Serving victims and rebuilding their trust restores hope to survivors as well as their community. And whereas the County Fresno Probation's Department, James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center continues to provide a voice for victims and much-needed services to victims and witnesses of crime throughout the county of Fresno. And whereas, under the guidance and direction of Fresno County Probation Department's James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center, more than 5,000 crime victims and witnesses are served annually, and historically over $1 million in state compensation funds are received annually by victims of crime in Fresno County. And whereas during the week of April 18th through the 24th and throughout the year, Fresno County joins together to observe National Crime Victims' Rights Week to reaffirm its commitment to respect, endorse crime victims' rights, and address their needs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor, and the Council of the City of Fresno do hereby reaffirm its commitment to respect and endorse crime victims' rights and address their needs during National Crime Victim Rights Week and throughout the year. And National Crime Victims' Rights Week supports, build trust, engage communities in the City of Fresno.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, and thank you to our advocates that joined us this morning to speak on this issue. Next up is an announcement of Megan Bohigian as Fresno's Poet Laureate, and that's sponsored by the Mayor's Office. Mayor?
Thank you, Council President. I'll stand up here so Megan can see me. And hopefully, Megan, you can, not sure if you're able to bring yourself up, but I'll have you say a few words in a little bit. It's customary for the Mayor's Office to be able to appoint, as Fresno's Poet Laureate, one each year. And this year, the appointment is going to be Megan Bohigian, which is an honor for me, representing the city of Fresno, to be able to do this. And I'm going to have the clerk read the proclamation shortly, but what I do want to do is just highlight a couple of reasons why she was selected. And Megan is actively involved in Fresno's poetry community through organizing poetry events, teaching poetry to children and students, as well as to marginalized communities. And we do know that there are so many folks out there that oftentimes are forgotten, and Megan has making it her lot in life to make sure that these children are not forgotten. Also, with the publishing of her third book of poetry, Megan will be one of Fresno's few women poets with multiple published books, which speaks to her constant and committed love for poetry. So, again, it's my honor representing the city of Fresno as mayor of Fresno to be able to appoint Megan Bohigian as this year's Poet Laureate for the city of Fresno. Madam Clerk.
Whereas Megan has published original poems in the Comstock Review, in the Grove, Whiskey Island Magazine, Quiet Diamonds, Shakespeare Monkey Review, Hot Metal Press, the Atticus Review, and the San Joaquin Review. And whereas in 2013, Megan's full poetry collection, Sightlines, was published by Terrain Poet Press, followed in 2015 by an anthology, Shadow Unheard Voices, and in 2018, her second poetry collection, Vanishing Point, and in the coming full collection, Furrowing Time. And whereas since 2012, she has worked on the Respite by the River annual performance series, a more than 2-decade-long annual project of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Trust, which is the only major reading event in our area that is free to the public. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes not just Megan's accomplishments and considerable talents as a poet, but also her commitment to quality of life through the arts community and through her work in our civic and educational realms. And whereas it is the city of Fresno's custom that the mayor officially appoint the city's Poet Laureate, which this term is Megan Bohigian. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the members of the Fresno City Council hereby proclaim Thursday, April 22nd, 2021, to be Fresno Poet Laureate Megan Bohigian Day.
A round of applause.
All right.
And Megan, love to have you make some comments in regard to this.
Well, thank you. It's an incredible honor. I would like to thank the City of Fresno and Mayor Dyer, our City Council, and the Fresno Arts Council for elevating poetry by creating the Poet Laureate position in the first place, and for including me in the illustrious lineup of former poet laureates we've had. James Tyner, Lee Herrick, S. Brian Medina, and Marisol Baca, who have left very big shoes for me to fill. I would just also like to thank my family, in particular my husband Ron and my children, my siblings and poet cousins, and all of my friends who have been such a great support to me in all these years of writing. And also to my teachers, because I was encouraged very young and aided and abetted by teachers all the way through school and college to develop into the writer that I have become. So thanks to all.
Thank you very much, Megan. Congratulations.
Thank you for that. Mayor, that concludes our ceremonial presentations. We will now move on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to go numerically here. Council member Soria? Reports, comments? And by the way, for the benefit of the public, our colleague, it's her birthday today, so she's 29 again. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Lydia Chavez, you have the floor before we conclude.
Thank you so much, Chairman Chavez. Mayor, and I hope Megan will return. Megan has an original work that she has created for today's presentation, and I believe she's prepared to read it. But before she does that, I do want to echo her words of appreciation to the mayor and the council for continuing to acknowledge poetry and literature as a whole. We know that the Central Valley is a mecca for writers, and that Fresno State produces some of the finest writers in the country. And through this appointment, we hope that Megan will be able to use this platform to assist in the recovery of COVID. Many of the people in our community have been devastated by this pandemic, and also are feeling isolated and alone. And through the arts, we hope to be bringing back that life, enthusiasm, and excitement that people in the Central Valley so richly deserve. So, Megan.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Do we have any other speakers? All right.
It appears Megan left.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. And you know, for the benefit of the public, we're working through some sound difficulties, as you could probably hear, but we will get those addressed here shortly. All right, let me move on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to go in numerical order. Councilwoman Soria, any reports or comments that you would like to make?
Yes, Council President, thank you. Just a couple announcements. So this Saturday, we'll be joining Mayor Dyer and the community at 10 a.m. through noon. Volunteers will be meeting at Lions Park to do a cleanup in the Emerson Avenue Median Island area, right by Lions Park. We also just want to invite the community not only to volunteer to help us clean up, but also to come and participate in the planning efforts to really develop a plan to develop the Emerson Median Island into what it has been designated as a trail in our parks master plan. So we want to get the input from the community. So during this time, we want to take the opportunity to see what the neighbors want, if they want to see a dog park, landscaping, benches, what else they want to see part of this future Emerson trail in that Lions Park neighborhood. So we hope that you guys can join us. And also, if you're unable to join us, we do have a survey that is going to be available through our social media platforms, and that you can take time to give us your feedback because it's so important. The next also cleanup that I do want to announce is on Saturday, May 1st. We're going to be out there from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Shields and West neighborhood. As you guys have heard me talk about this neighborhood, this is the neighborhood near, there's a recycling center that has really contributed to a lot of blight, and it's become a very attractive nuisance. So we're hoping to help beautify this area in partnership with Beautify Fresno. And so we want to make sure folks come out and help us beautify this area in the city of Fresno. The last thing that I wanted to just ask if we could adjourn this meeting in memory of Colonel Veng Fong. So, Council President, if we could adjourn the meeting in the memory of Colonel Veng Fong.
City Clerk, if you could please enter that into the record. Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, as we return to the chamber, I'm reminded of August 15, 2019. That was 2 days after the election, my first time in this chamber. And I just want to express to the residents of Northwest Fresno and District 2, my family and I are very grateful for the continued opportunity to serve you. There's a lot of work to do. We're still here. If there's anything you need, you can email district2@fresno.gov, or you can call 621-7821. I am eternally grateful for this opportunity. I wouldn't be here without you, and you are who I work for. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. A couple of updates. I know that the administration pulled the item on the cannabis, but I did want to mention a couple of things. I've spoken to the administration about the lottery system on the social equity applications, and I think it's reasonable for us to ensure that all the applicants get interviewed. So if there's no objection, then we'll proceed down that path, City Manager.
Yes, we concur with that recommendation, the proposal.
Thank you. And just also informational, we heard the news around the additional time needed to award licenses. There is an upcoming meeting of the Cannabis Committee, I believe, this Friday, Council, so we'll discuss that matter. That's news to us, but we'll get a full briefing from staff during our Cannabis Committee that's upcoming. And then administration, if I can get an update on the Tower housing project. I know there was some conversations around the offsite improvements that they had brought to our attention. It's the Granville housing project in the Tower District. It was approved yesterday at the Planning Commission for the overlay of condominiums, but there's some offsite improvements that we need to get some closure on. And we can do that offline, City Manager. And then some information on the CDBG applications. It is going to be the committee's recommendation to, instead of putting additional money to affordable housing, as a tentative recommendation was from staff, is to redirect that money for economic development project related to mobile food vendors. We've spoken to Georgiana today, so we'll get on the same page with staff to make sure that we have a good assessment of the budget that it would be potentially have to be funded for that project on the H Street warehouse. So thank you for that. Know that we'll work with you on making sure that we're all clear about the scope of the project and the financing and the cost, and also identifying the appropriate funding sources. And then on parks, just a heads up, administration, I'll be working with your staff on getting some architects or consultants, whatever form you all determine is appropriate, to start working on some of our parks projects to get them shovel ready for the first drawdown of Measure P. We have several parks in the district that require some improvements, but the legwork hasn't been done yet to get cost estimates, figure out to what extent renovations of community centers need to take place. So we'll sit down with you over the next couple of weeks to get some of that work done with the goal of having every project shovel ready by the time we receive the money from Measure P. And then on parks, I just found out yesterday that we are extending leases in some of our parks, specifically in Tetsi Wills Charter School. located at Tetsi Wills Community Center. I mean, it's the big picture charter school located at the Tetsi Wills Community Center. That lease had expired last year, and it looks like somebody extended that lease for a few more years. So if we can spend some time with staff to figure out, how we're managing these lease agreements as we enter into the world of Measure P and have the resources to renovate parks and give back the green space to the neighborhood, we want to make sure that we're not, extending leases with organizations that would, delay or be an obstacle to renovating those parks. So we'll work with you guys on that follow-up. And thank you for all the cleanup efforts that you guys have been doing. And on the homeless front, I know we have an upcoming update on the homeless matter. Council, if you recall, we had directed staff to come back on April 22nd today with an update on the homeless and the motel acquisitions. The city manager and mayor have indicated they needed more time to give us a full presentation, so that will be moved to next meeting. So thank you for that. And as you see, the council will work with you to make sure that we get as much information, as much time as necessary to try and tackle this homeless problem. And of course, open up more housing for the homeless. So that concludes my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell?
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates. The first one is regarding the crown jewel of District 4, the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. We are going to be going live with our Southwest flights this Sunday. We're going to have 3 daily flights out of Fresno to Las Vegas, starting at $39, and daily flights going to Colorado starting at $69. And according to my conversations with our aviation director, Kevin Michael, this is going to be huge for Fresno. This is going to be a boon for our economy. This is going to really make the other fares more competitive with the other airlines. And so, Councilmember Bredefeld, I remember you were asking me earlier, what else can we make free in the city of Fresno? So maybe we could co-sponsor the zero fare Southwest Air, but we'll talk about that later. I have also a cleanup, the Great American Cleanup. This Saturday, we're going to be meeting at the Napa Auto Parts parking lot at 10 a.m. That's located at 5675 East Clinton. We're going to be focusing on the airport area, making sure that we clean up the litter, removing graffiti, making sure that that neighborhood is looking as good as it can. Number 3, last but not least, I am celebrating my 100 days in office today. Technically, it was last Thursday, but we gave ourselves an extra week so it would coincide with Earth Day. Sounded a little better that way. So we will be planting our 100th tree today at Robinson Park. Over the last 100 days, we planted 100 trees at various parks, down the Cedar Island median corridor, and we will be planting our 100th today at Robinson. We've invited the children from Robinson Elementary School to recite some poetry for us about Earth Day before we do the tree planting. So if anybody could come out and make that event, we're going to be giving away some goodies and some plants for the kids that attend. And that will conclude my remarks, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. We will now go on to Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on these committees. We're talking about the Cannabis Committee and giving an update to the Cannabis Subcommittee. I would ask the administration to do things differently than the prior administration. These kinds of committees, Cannabis Committee, CARES Subcommittee, they're important committees, and there have been problems with these committees, and we're going to address that in the near future. Not everyone on this council gets all the information, and I think it's really incumbent upon the new administration, and I know they share some of the same concerns, that the entire council get all the information, that when you are addressing anything, you can meet with a subcommittee, whatever, but the entire council should get all the information. I would encourage you to give the entire council memos on whatever is decided so we all know what is transpiring. I think when we look at the CARES subcommittee and all the 90-some-odd million dollars that was dispensed, frankly, it was a process that, I hate to use the word corrupt, but I think it was a corrupt process, and it wasn't transparent, and the people of the city of Fresno did not benefit from how that process went down. And I don't want to see that happen any further. And there's more that I will be saying about this in the future. So we are not all informed with some of these subcommittees, and we all need to be informed. I need to be informed. I represent the city as well and 75,000 residents, and I want to know all the information at all times. And I know this administration cares about that. The last one didn't, so let's do something different this time.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Bredefeld. And just so you know, I'm currently working with the administration on making sure that we come up with a process to disseminate all that information so that we're all on the same page, we all have the same information, and then we can make up our minds and vote accordingly after all the data and
Council
information.
President, can I just
Yes, Councilmember Soria?
make one comment? And I agree. I think that, because I don't sit on some committees, and the only information I get is once it comes to the dais. So I think doing memos is important, but I do feel that committees are important. We're a legislative body, so we should be operating similar to any legislative body, and we work on subcommittee on kind of areas of, issues that are particular areas, and I think that it makes our work for it to be efficient. And but I do believe that there is a critical role that the administration plays, that once the work is done in that subcommittee, that it does get reported out to the entire body so that we have all the information before we do take a vote.
Yeah, and for me, in response to that, I don't have any problem with committees per se. It's just that we've had committees that have made decisions for a council body, the entire council, without the entire council being aware of that. There has been information and decisions made in some of those committees that I was not aware of and did not know about some information. There were people who wanted, for example, to be involved in receiving some CARES money who should have been receiving CARES money, but those decisions were made in a subcommittee, not at the city council level. That's what I mean by the corrupt process. It was a corrupt process on some instances. And so, having subcommittees, ad hoc committees, I have no problem with it. But we got to do a better job at making sure that everybody knows what's going on and that the public knows what's going on, and that did not happen. And so that can't happen anymore. And I know I'm confident with this new administration. I wasn't confident at all with the last administration, and I wasn't confident with the way things went down. And that's just a fact. And I think as more information has come out, I think it's borne out that there were problems with the way things were done.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, I will publicly state here that I'm committing to making sure that this body receives all the information and data. I think that is a good approach. We will be working on that. Obviously, you understand the parameters that we work with within the Brown Act. We can't speak to more than 2 council members, but we're going to figure out a process with the administration, with legal counsel, to make sure that we're within that, but that we're also have the information going to all council members and the administration as well.
And I think we also have something that we're going to bring forward that I've been working with Councilmember Carbasi on, with the city attorney, that I think will address some of those issues. So I hope people are very supportive of that because it will make things more transparent. But I appreciate that very much, Council President.
Thank you. Vice President Esparza?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Before I dive into the formal report, I would also like to wish a very happy birthday to the most senior member of the City Council. Not Gary, talking about Esmeralda, who's the longest-serving council member. Happy birthday. I hope you get to enjoy your birthday, maybe outdoors, perhaps at a brewery, without being stalked or harassed by attention hogs. And speaking of, happy belated birthday to Councilmember Arias from a couple weeks back. So getting to my formal report, our town hall, spring town hall in District 7 was a success. Had quite a few folks show up virtually. I appreciate all the residents bearing with us through this pandemic over the many town halls and smaller community meetings that we've had virtually. Appreciate you all still attending and making an effort to engage. Makes our city a better place that way. Additionally, want to congratulate the United Health Centers on their 50th year anniversary and opening their 24th health center down on Blackstone Avenue within District 7. Had a great ribbon cutting with the Chamber of Commerce. Had the mayor, city manager there present a proclamation. We appreciated that. And Councilmember Arias joined us as well. So that was a great day. That health center will be an anchor down in that neighborhood, and we appreciate UHC being a partner here with the city of Fresno. Give an update on Manchester Arms. Want to thank code enforcement. As of yesterday, every unit at Manchester Arms had been inspected. That was a little more difficult than it sounds because there are unfortunately some tenants, for one reason or another, who had refused inspection or folks who weren't home, and so ultimately there was a warrant warrant that was obtained through the process, and we inspected every single unit. So code will, continue to follow through the process. Manchester Arms is on our asset list. Again, appreciate the efforts there to help residents throughout that complex and throughout the city. Some of you may have seen the news about a letter that was sent from several council members up to the Department of Homeland Security. That same letter was also relayed over to the Department of Health and Human Services as well for the public's information. On this letter, what we did was embody Fresno's very welcoming spirit. And we did that by inviting the federal agencies to consider us as they consider Fresno as they proceed with trying to address the humanitarian crisis at our southern border. As many of you know, we have had thousands of children showing up and at our southern border, the U.S.-Mexico border. And again, it's something I consider to be a humanitarian crisis. And so in thinking what could we do as individuals, what could we do as a city, felt the need to put the city's best foot forward and put that invitation out there. At this point, there are no details. All there has been is a letter at this point. And so if conversations progress, obviously we will allow the administration to do their job and communicating with those agencies, and council will have a more public discussion about it. But did want to address that and just provide just sort of a little more information and reasoning behind where that letter came from. The city of Fresno is standing up, trying to do something, and not just standing on the sidelines when it comes to the crisis down at the border. Additionally, today, this was recently just noticed just a few minutes ago, we will be having a special meeting with respect to a UCSF contract we have for COVID-19 testing and services and such. So again, for the public, you may or may not have seen that pop up. It is an emergency meeting. You all saw that UCSF had a bit of alarming news from a couple days ago, and that they temporarily paused the vaccines and paused testing. So we're going to dig into that a little more publicly here and just explore in ways that the city can be helpful continuing to tackle the COVID-19 crisis here. And to end on a lighter note, again, happy Earth Day. We'll see many of you, I think probably over 1,000 residents on Saturday for the Great American Cleanup. We have a couple of spots in my district. We'll be cleaning up the Roosevelt neighborhood just north of the high school, right around there, as well as the Fort Miller neighborhood. So looking forward to seeing District 7 residents and residents from all over the city come out, roll our sleeves up, and make our city a better place. And that will conclude my remarks, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President. To the benefit of the public, I want to formally announce that, as Vice President mentioned, we are having an 11 a.m. Emergency meeting that was signed off on this morning. I know we have to have some legal requirements to notice that. City Attorney, do we need to do a separate approval of that, or does the verbal notification suffice?
Yes, at or before hearing that item, you'll have to have a vote to consider the emergency meeting that will require 5 votes to approve.
At 11 a.m.
At or before that, yes.
We can do that before. Can we do that now? Let's do that now. Do I have a motion to approve that item?
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency meeting.
Second. The UCSF extension. So this item is the UCSF extension resolution, Councilmember Bredefeld, that we spoke about briefly. So I have a motion by Councilmember Arias, a second by Vice President Esparza.
Question, you were, point of order, you were going to do this at a noticed special meeting at 11.
Mm-hmm.
So are you able to do this now?
We need an hour before the actual meeting for the benefit of the public and the media.
Okay, so I have some questions before we.
Yeah, and we're going to discuss that actually when it comes up. This is just to approve having the item on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, motion was made by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition? All right, motion carries. Thank you, City Attorney. All right, that concludes our public comments. For the sake of time, we'll move on to the mayor, city manager. Mayor Dyer, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I want to make a few comments. Last Friday, I had the opportunity to be a part of the unveiling at the 144th Fighter Wing. That was Colonel Troy Havener from the 144th unveiled the City of Fresno seal on the F-15 fighter jet and recognized the City of Fresno and the partnership that we've had, the long-standing partnership with the Air Guard. Secondly, I had a meeting last week. It was an exit strategy meeting with various service providers who are engaged in our homeless efforts in Fresno, all for the purpose of determining what we're doing in the future, the numbers involved, how many are currently in emergency shelter, what are we going to do as a city and a county with permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and a number of others. So over the next 30 to 45 days, we'll be finalizing somewhat of a plan, and then we'll be bringing that to council as well. Southwest Airlines, wanted to echo Councilmember Maxwell. This is huge for Fresno, and I cannot understate that or overstate that. The Southwest Airlines coming to Fresno is something that we have fought long and hard for many, many years. And there have been many people over the years who do not live in our jurisdiction, who are from the corporate world, who have always asked that question, when are you going to get Southwest Airlines? And so it is a game changer for the city of Fresno, not only for leisure travel, but for business and being able to attract business into our community. And I'll be there Sunday with Councilmember Maxwell to celebrate our 11:20 a.m. maiden launch. This last Saturday was out at the Armenian Town. We had a cleanup with about 90 volunteers as part of Beautify Fresno. And as all of you will be involved this weekend on Saturday for the Great American cleanup under Beautify Fresno, we already have over 1,000 volunteers that have been registered. And we are going to tackle 12 different locations in the city of Fresno, not only on litter removal, but also we will be doing some tree planting as well as graffiti abatement. And then we'll have a celebration afterwards at around 12:30, and that will include food trucks, a DJ, and a time to get together and do some recognition. And then lastly, I was out yesterday morning on our ongoing efforts with Project Off-Ramp. We relocated another 15 folks from the 180 freeway at Minnewawa into housing. And nearly everyone out there took advantage of services and housing. So far on the freeways, I believe we've contacted about 488 people who are living on our freeways. And over half of those have taken advantage of services and are now living in our motels and on their way to a productive life. So, and I know later on we'll be doing I believe next week we'll be doing a presentation on all of that. Thank you.
City Manager?
Thank you, Council President, City Council. A couple of things to update you on. The FY22 budget development process. So we have a meeting scheduled on May 6th with the Budget Committee to kind of share with them the information and data we're going to be relying on to build the budget. We'll get all that information out to all of the council members as well to show everybody just kind of the data we're working on the revenue side, on the expenses. So be looking for that. Again, thank you for recognizing. We'll give you the housing and homeless update next week, Wednesday the 28th at that council meeting. The other one I wanted to update folks on was that at the COVID committee, again, this is for all the council members, at the COVID committee on Monday, the members of the committee asked the administration to start crafting a RFP process for nonprofits and CBOs to submit proposals for different kinds of projects like we had last time. So we will use an RFP process. We're working on the form that we would use to promote those and receive proposals in. So we'll receive those proposals, we'll vet them, and then we'll bring them back to council for consideration. So that's moving forward. And the final thing is just Happy Earth Day. Clean Water Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, CERCLA, RECRA, all that's Earth Day stuff. So I appreciate you guys recognizing that and helping the community celebrate that. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Earlier we had some technical difficulties and we interrupted our poet laureate that had a poem prepared for the city of Fresno. I'd like to give Ms. Megan the opportunity to read that. Ms. Megan, we apologize for those difficulties earlier, but the floor is yours, ma'am.
Well, it's nice to be here, and it's never too late for poetry. This poem was quite a challenge to write. I've lived here a long time and have seen a lot of changes in Fresno. And here we go. This is called "We Carry Our City Inside Us." The weight and heat of the present compacts the past, like the buried trolley tracks on Fulton that once connected my neighborhood to downtown. We cover the past as the city grows, elbow out into what was farmland, build up or pave over empty lots. The years I lived away from here, I missed the oddest things. Grass newly mown and fragrant, or in hard frost, a crust that crunched as I walked and left a footprint trail behind me. I longed for the petrichor scent of rain that rises with the first splatter of water drops on warm, dusty ground. I missed mockingbirds' arias singing their songs in the dark and the way rake tines scrape sidewalk like the strum of a tinny harp. I missed how, in our comings and goings, we'd hug and kiss, promise or goodbye, sounding first in the twang of garage door springs. Before canals were jacketed in concrete or forced underground, they were ditches where children played, and Fresno was already ours. My angler husband was once the boy who'd hang upside down to fish the Enterprise Canal with a hand line and a hook. He used cheese as bait and learned what patience is as he tempted wary bluegill out from the shadow of the Holland Avenue Bridge. Our parents didn't need to know about the shortcut to school that ran down an active railroad spur, the long stretch you'd make to step from crosstie to crosstie, the balance it took to tightrope steel rails that told your feet a train was coming, in time to drop down flat, feel hot wind, watch for sparks as the train roared by. It comes to me as comfort, the image that we carry in our senses, maps of every place we've lived or loved. And our maps underlie the stories we tell each other, underlie who we are. I wish for still warm dusk on the edge of town, where constant west wind drives fugitive dust from plowed fields. I wish for the sun, gilded yellow, then bathed red as it drops toward the horizon, and that except for a swish of breeze through branches, all stays quiet until a far-off whistle calls us to face the kind of urgent wind we squint against. I wish for us to stand arm in arm or hand in hand, share the maps, feel the sting of flying sand against our ankles, to wait in stillness for plaintive songs of distance, of rising wind, and that we will know just when to throw back our heads and howl our many tunes, each verse heart-welled, the way coyotes greet their moon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bohigian. All right. That's horrible. I'm going to exit. All right, let's hope. No, that wasn't me. Are any other mics on down there?
I think it's the mayor. We should evict him.
Was it? We're going to blame it on the mayor.
Mistake.
It was the mayor. Thank you for that, Mayor. All right, great. All right, let's move on to consent calendar.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm very sorry. I don't know if the punching up is working. I'm going to do my Columbo thing, just one more thing.
Sure.
Thank you. I forgot to mention something very big that's happening. 2 days from now will mark the 105th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide. And I want to thank our president. He's doing something his predecessors never had the guts to do. And he's going to recognize the massacres of all those Armenians 105 years ago as an actual genocide. That's a very big deal for this community. I'm the council member for Northwest Fresno. I'm very proud to represent the highest population of Armenians, I think, in this city. They're one of the reasons why my family relocated when we came from the homeland to our new homeland. And so I just want to thank the president for doing the right thing, and I want our community to know that they matter. And if any of my colleagues want to comment on that, they're more than welcome to. Thank you.
Councilmember, I would like to follow up on Councilmember Carbasi. It was a Democratic-controlled Congress that recognized the genocide. Now it will be a democratically elected president who also recognizes genocide. And elections do have consequences, and for far too long we allowed international politics to get in the way of acknowledging a factual reality in our history. So thank you for everyone who has been asking for this for decades, and thank you to the president and the Congress for finally standing up for, basic humanity and the fact that we're going to tell history the way it really occurred. And our hearts are with the Armenian community. It's taken way too long, but I'm glad that we finally have elected federal officials that are standing up for what's right.
True bipartisan effort. Mayor, did you want to say a few words on this issue?
Just to say that I'll be partaking in the flag-raising ceremony this Saturday morning at 9, City Hall, with the Armenian community recognizing the Armenian genocide.
Great, thank you. All right, now let's move on to consent and unscheduled communication. We've already submitted requests. I have those noted from our previous conversation. I'm going to take some public comment now on consent items, unscheduled, and closed session. City Clerk, do we have anybody queued up, Brianna, to speak on any of these issues?
Yes, Gordy, I'm unmuting you to speak.
All right, Gordy Bermudez, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I just want to say thank you to everybody and thank you for your time today. My name is Gordy Ochenero Bermudez, and I am a Fresno community member. And I just wanted to let you guys know that just to make you guys proud, I am a community member who has a comeback story. For the last year, I've been feeding the homeless for a year every day on my own time for 2 hours. And in that time, I've learned a lot about our homeless community and a lot about the mental conditions that have happened through them being homeless as well, that have progressed. And on May 8th, I will be riding for 7 days, 470 miles from San Francisco to Venice Beach, California, in honor of our Fresno community and all of you guys. I hope I make you proud. For the homeless, I'm raising money for porta potties. And I also want to extend and to congratulate our community as well. Through my Facebook and my GoFundMe, our community has already raised over $4,000, and my goal is only 7. And I haven't even left. I don't leave until May 8th, and my training time is only 4 weeks. And I do have someone who's amazing who's training me, who broke a record for Rams. So there's a lot of hope that I can do this. And I met with Jerry Dyer one time at a dinner, and he's an amazing man. And he once said to me that, you know, how proud he was of his community, and that he couldn't wait to be more in this for us. And so I want to congratulate him on becoming the mayor. At the time, he wasn't. And he just has really inspired me to be a better human being for our community. So I just wanted to get your support and to let you guys know that I myself would like to help the gap of which we're missing for the homeless. So thank you for your time, and I really appreciate all your work. And thank you to your spouses as well for all their time that they give, because my wife has given up a lot of her time as well.
Thank you for that. Brianna, any other speakers queued up?
Yes, Kayla, you're ready to speak.
Kayla Cables?
Hi, I'm Kayla Jennifer Caples, and today I'll be speaking about homelessness in downtown Fresno. Homelessness in downtown Fresno is not something to play around with. Do you have a family living on the streets today? Well, I bet you would want to get them off. Did you know that there are over 300,000 homeless on the streets today, and it grows every year? But there are some homeless shelters stepping up and taking and helping people every day. People are losing jobs in minutes because people won't give them chances because of their background or parents. As well, people are struggling to provide for family and others. Would you like to have no money and live in a one-bedroom apartment, yet you live with 5 people? So you take the risk and steal a 24-bottle of formula for your 3-month-old baby who doesn't like your breast milk? Let's admit it's never good to steal, but what if it was your kid? Does not sound fun, right? But that's what people have to go through every day. Did you know that a lot of famous people that you know didn't start out how they are? One of the reasons they're famous today is because they have people that care about them. That's what homeless need today. Did what I say change your perspective? Did it? Did I? Look back on the words I said. Think of others. Love those who need it most. Care for those in need. Fair? Is it fair? Reflect on the actions you took today. Were they to help yourself or someone else? Fight for what is right.
Thank you, Kayla. We've got quite a bit of speakers, so I'm going to limit public comment to 25 minutes, allowing 2 minutes per speaker. Who's the next speaker, Brianna?
Lisa Flores.
All right, Ms. Flores, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. You know I can talk fast. So first off, happy Earth Day, one of my favorite days of the year. And just want to announce that I'm actually going out to dinner tonight. Surprise, surprise. Thank you once again for the UCSF shots. I really appreciate that. I get my first hug in 14 months. Second, want to announce that the organized dog groups are coming back to the Roding Park as of the 1st of May. Second thing I want to bring up is, because it's Earth Day, the city needs to really think about funding the environmental justice element of their general plan. Please do not ask for another 2-year extension. The third thing I want to ask you about and ask you to fund Des Martinez's Safe Camp and the services that she provides. It's time to watch her fully bloom her organization, and she needs your help. Remember, this is providing opportunities. When I heard she didn't have any PPE, I contacted the anti-sewing squad, and we provided each one of her campers with PPE and filters. So they're okay for now, but they still need resources. And finally, I would like to see it in the next park budget. If you guys could think about, you know, the seniors and people with disabilities like myself, can we get some chair yoga in the city? Because I've been looking for the last year, and that is the one thing that Fresno doesn't have, is chair yoga. And I think it would be very behoovant for the park system to have a program, because chair yoga provides people to increase their flexibility and mobility. And with that, I wish you guys a very good Earth Day. Happy birthday, Esmeralda. And I will talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Who do we have as the next speaker, Brianna?
Des Martinez.
Ms. Martinez, you'll have 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Des.
Okay, I'm over here currently at the Safe Camp right now. I have several individuals that would like to speak, but they have no access to a phone. Would it be okay if they came up after I'm done speaking?
You can give them the phone now if you want them to speak. You have 2 minutes because I got quite a bit of people here waiting to speak too, Des.
Yeah, I would like to speak, but I would like them to be able to have an opportunity to speak after me.
Sure,
but
go
on the
ahead,
same
go ahead,
time,
Des.
they don't
I'll
have
give you
access
2
to a
minutes,
phone.
and I'll give you the person that's next to you 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. I would like to say thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for allowing the homeless individuals to be able to speak on this line also. I would like to say that I want the community to know that I am asking for a sanction, but I'm not asking for a sanction in order to stay here permanently. I'm asking for that to hire security, private security, so they can protect us from the criminal activity that is being left out on the streets around our whole Safe Camp. We have currently people being moved from various locations right now and into motels when the other individuals that are left out on the streets, the criminal activity that surrounds us. I'm asking for sanctions just for security purposes so we can have on-site security to protect the individuals that come here for safety. I now have accumulated at least 5 more individuals in the past 2 days. They are coming from the motels. They're being exited out of the motels, so now I am receiving individuals that were taken off the highway, put into motels, and now they're at my camp because they were exited out of the camp. If there's something we can do to de-escalate these exits and try to save them from being put back on the streets, because now I'm receiving all of them. A lot of people are starting to hear about the Safe Camp, so when they do get kicked out of the motels, they are now coming down here. So if there's something that we can work with all of the organizations to de-escalate a situation and see how they can fix it out, or transport those individuals into another program, motel or shelter, so they are not put back on the streets. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and have Ida up.
Hey, I was in the village. I got kicked out because of my dog, and I went to the streets. It was tremendously dangerous. I came to the Safe Camp. Now I feel safe, very safe, thanks to Des.
Okay, Ernie.
Yes, we can hear you.
My name's Ernie. I barely, oh shit, kicked out. Okay, my name's Ernie. I'm glad you have the Safe Camp here. I mean, it's a safe place. I mean, gives me a lot of opportunity to work around here. Just what I do, and I love to do it. I mean, everybody's different. I mean, became like a whole family here. I mean, I like it. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Larry. Prior to Safe Camp, I lived in some construction tubes. Right before the, every morning I had to get up to a construction worker saying, get out the tubes. Now I'm here at Safe Camp. I got a place to be. I got chores here where, makes me feel like I have worth again. And some really nice people. And everybody seems like they really want to help. So support Des's Camp.
Okay, then we have Des.
Hi, the place has helped me out. I used to be an iron worker, but I mean, this place has kind of helped me out from getting further into trouble, like maybe jail or prison. But anyways, this place has kind of like helped out a bit.
Then we have Devin.
I came from the canal on 168 on the side by the canal bank, and it was pretty dangerous living out there, and it was a struggle to survive pretty much while dealing with police harassment and whatnot. But being over here, I've been safe. I've felt safe way more than I did at the canal or anywhere on the streets, and everything is like a family environment. And it's really refreshing to see that it can be done over on this side of town, especially.
All right, thank you. That will conclude our speakers on that end. Brianna, who's punched up next on the queue?
Gloria Hernandez.
All right, Ms. Hernandez, you have 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
Buenos dias. My name is Gloria Hernandez, 3232 East Hedges.
I like the concept of a safe camp because otherwise they'd be spread out all over the city. So that is a positive. But it's not really safe if there's no protection. So I'm asking you to acknowledge the fact that people are coming out of the motels that you all placed them in, and people are going there to transplant over to the motel. So we need to protect the people. If we can have cops in schools, we can have cops or security guards over at the safe camp. Unless you come up with something else and Des ends up closing the camp, we're back to square one. And we don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I know my neighbors don't want to see that. And I'm pretty sure the neighbors on the north side don't want to see that. So I'm asking you to dig deep into your pockets and make sure that the people living at the safe camp, because of you all, should be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Who's our next speaker, Rena?
Robert Mikowski.
All right. Mr. McCloskey, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to also speak in support of the Safe Camp. It's a viable alternative to a rough life on the streets. It's a temporary situation for sure, but we do need to look at what we need to do about housing until more housing is built or provided through rehabilitation and other more cost-effective ways, like tiny homes. I'll be brief on that, but please support the Safe Camp, provide security to the Dream Camp. The other issue I wanted to speak about is most urgent, and that is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program funded by $35 million specifically to keep people from becoming homeless by providing landlords payment in arrears for rent that people could not pay due to the COVID crisis. I urge you to do everything you can to do more public outreach on this. There's 5 community benefit organizations involved. Everybody needs to do more outreach because there's certainly a number of people that will become homeless that could be prevented from becoming homeless by using this large amount of funding that's available that could fund a whole lot of rental assistance for the residents of Fresno, 60% of whom are renters. Please do everything you can to get the word out on this and make it easy for people to apply. I know there's an online application. I know it's in different languages. That's great. We laud the efforts of the city so far and what's being done, but we need to get the numbers out there. We need to get people in there to apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's our next speaker, Rena?
Rain Chamberlain.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. So I would also like to speak in support of the Safe Camp. Des Martinez has jumped through so many hoops to learn all of your processes through the years and to learn what the city is willing to endorse, what values you all say, so that she can do the work. I've been chronically homeless for about half my life. I'm not homeless at this point, but I have seen the many, many ways that the city claims that they want to help, but then drops the ball. And right now, this is one of them. At this point, the Safe Camp is a service that is being provided that meets all of what the city of Fresno claims they want to be doing for the homeless community. And the only thing that is standing in the way from it being successful as a temporary program is that it needs this sanction, which from what I understand just needs a simple contract to be done, which is obviously right up your all's alley. I am specifically requesting Luis Chavez to put this on the agenda so that we can have more time to bring in more people to speak and to really explain the situation in much more than we can do in 2 minutes when most of the people that need to speak don't even have enough access to phones for us to all get in on these brief public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. Next speaker, Rena?
Carol Kim.
Ms. Kim, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Carol Kim. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I live and work in District 6, but I do my volunteer work in District 3 for We Are Not Invisible Safe Camp. I want to take a moment to thank the council members that are in support of the Safe Camp, especially council members Arias and Soria. We appreciate your support. And I also want to thank the city staff who has met with us to hear our proposal, and we look forward to meeting with you again to figure out ways that we can partner together to better the Safe Camp. I want to speak for a moment about the residents themselves in the Safe Camp. It's easy to characterize the homeless in a very negative light. And from my personal experience, I want to tell you that these residents are there because it is a safe place. They are there and they are willing to follow the rules, which means keeping the camp clean and working to improve the camp. You'd be surprised at their ingenuity. They're better than I am at doing things like figuring out how to get solar lights erected. They're very hardworking, and they're dealing with the weather elements every day, which is a challenge. More of a challenge than the weather elements, and including the fact that they don't have access to running water, to electricity, to sewer systems. The bigger challenge is dealing with the crime elements that have materialized just outside the camp. People are burning copper wire, burning toxic materials. So you have toxic smoke coming into the camp from time to time because they're trying to get access to copper wires. They're hopping the fence. They've been coming in there brandishing guns. They've shot off, fortunately, rounds. Fortunately, no one has been hurt yet. But it's this criminal element that keeps them always kind of on edge and having to deal with their own safety.
Thank you, Ms. Kim.
There's a lot of criminal activity right outside the camp, and this also makes it very difficult for us to ask volunteers to come out and help. So we definitely need some help out there regarding that. The perimeter of the camp and safety, not because of the residents, but because of the people that don't want to better their lives.
Thank you, Ms.
like
Kim.
the residents in the camp are doing. Thank you.
Next speaker. Yeah.
Next is labeled homeless resident. You are on mute.
You can unmute yourself, the individual under homeless resident. We might just need to go to the next one, Brianna.
Gloria, you are on mute.
Ms. Gloria, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. Hello. Hi, I just want to say that prior to coming to Safe Camp, I was too also one of the people that lived at the canal, the 168. And it was rough out there. From water to food, anything and everything, your safety was big. I mean, I was scared all the time. Coming to Safe Camp, we have a perimeter. It's gated. It's safe. It keeps the outside people outside. People that are not here as residents, they don't come in. You get fed. Not only do you get fed, you know, you make friends here. You have family here. You don't got to worry about your things being touched. You don't got to worry about people overstepping boundaries. And Des Martinez, she's a great person. Not only have I learned like responsibility, routine, I'm actually happy being here. And I just want to say that anybody and everybody who's listening, support Safe Camp. This is the place that you guys need to invest your funds in. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, Brianna.
We have 2 more speakers. Next speaker is Brandy.
All right, Ms. Villegas, you will have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I want to add congratulations to Megan, the poet, and thank you for your service to Captain Farah. Thank you for those who stood up for the unaccompanied minors at our borders and are seeking to do something. And thank you, Kerbasi, for the billboards on street racing. I already have it saved in my phone. You've heard a lot that I could have covered, but directly from those at the Safe Camp. I spend a lot of time there, seeing them work together and working hard and to rebuild their lives. And you see exactly what I heard from them, how well this is working, how hard they're working, how hard the organization's working to keep them safe. I've seen some of them beforehand. They were constantly stressed out trying to find a place that is safe and anxious that they would be forced to move and have been moved from place to place. And I don't think anyone realizes how emotionally exhausting it is to be out in the streets without option and with options that don't work for them. DES's expectations, organizations, and rules help facilitate a community setting. I would point out this is temporary, but it also provides a secure place for them to work towards with a caseworker and work towards getting housing without having to move around. People have lost track of their caseworkers because they have been pushed off by law enforcement in the past. The camp has everything they need to be safe, like toilets and sinks and other things. And like has been said before, some of the problems that we need the city help are caused by the outside, by different things that need to be mitigated. We need support to be able to provide for them for everything we need, including for the hot weather. And it would be helpful if you could identify a more safe place on city land that could be used, that possibly could be sold, like the Chaffee Zoo. You've done for Chaffee Zoo, that we can be able to provide more for in a clean and safe area. I want to point to you that
Thank you, Ms. Villegas. If you could wrap up.
Camp in Santa Rosa. Oh yeah, the safe camp in Santa Rosa. That there is a functioning safe camp in Santa Rosa. Please listen to it. That not only does it work, but it earned the support of the neighbors that live next to it. When it works, it works. We know that there is a lack of adequate shelter and housing, and people need options. Some of the places that are open, the shelters, it's constantly closed. We're constantly getting calls and having to tell people there is no room.
Thank you, Ms. Villegas. If you could please wrap up.
Managers and yeah, I'm so sorry. And also that we also have to look at the fact that some of the shelters are in areas that are not safe for people for various reasons, and this is another option that keeps them safe. And I also ask that you, like Kayla, look at people, thank you for her, what she said, and ask that your response to the homeless would be with the same humanity.
Thank you, Ms. Villegas.
Okay.
Who's our last speaker, Brianna?
Last speaker is Jure.
Jure, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheree Thiessen. I use he, him, and they, them pronouns. I'm a transgender individual who lives in Madeira, but Fresno was someplace I lived with my late father, Jerry. I want to talk about DES's Safe Camp and about the marginalized communities that Phil and Heard in Fresno. DES and everyone here asking for help in marginalized communities when countless times they've asked for it from the Fresno City Council is not okay. This encampment needs help from the Fresno City Council to provide a safe place for homeless individuals that don't have the resources or the help that they want. It is not fair and it is not ethical that Des Martinez and her organization is not getting the proper care and concern that Fresno should be making a priority for its homeless population. It is not right that marginalized communities in Fresno are being traumatized each day and witnessing and seeing horrible things happen in their communities with no help from the city nor the people that are supposed to serve and protect said communities. Homelessness in Fresno is just as much of a health crisis, just like COVID-19. Do we need to treat homelessness as a widespread disease that impacts the lives of countless individuals and potentially the death of a loved one before the homeless in Fresno City are heard? I have more I want to say, but I want to say to Des personally, you should not have to bear this trauma alone. You have people that want to help, and we love you. And to the street family that love the camp, I care about you, and you're just as human as the rest of us and deserve support. I think a community meeting with community organizers of marginalized communities, speak with Fresno City Council and form an alliance where all parties may be heard, and Fresno City Council will listen. Thank you, Brandy Villegas, the admin of Central Valley Rallies, Marches, Vigils, and Protests, for your Facebook post. about Des's plea for help. And thank you, Community Alliance and the Fresno Sunrise Movement, for helping me feel empowered to speak. And thank you, Fresno City Council members, for listening.
Thank you, Jeray. That concludes our public comment on consent, unscheduled, and closed sessions. We will now entertain a motion to approve the balance. Before we do that, let me read for the record and
Council
for the benefit
President.
of the public. Yes.
May I just respond to a couple of things that were raised?
Sure.
I want to make sure that the record's clear.
Sure, I know it's in your district, so
Thank
go
you.
ahead, Councilmember.
So what I want to clarify for folks is, thus far, we've housed 600 homeless residents, and some have been asked to leave. Some have been asked to leave because they've attacked the security guards responsible for keeping everyone safe. Some have been asked to leave because they've engaged in domestic violence on their partners on the sites, which they should expect to be asked to leave. Our charge when we house our homeless residents is to keep everyone safe. And I want to be crystal clear to the public. I am not in a position to support sanctioning any homeless encampment. I want to be very clear with that, and here's why. We are swimming in money. As a region, we have received $157 million. The city, the county, Fresno County, Madera County, the city of Fresno, the Housing Authority, the Continuum of Care. We don't have a resource problem. What we have is more homeless residents that need housing that we can't keep up on the speed in order to acquire motels, renovate them, and house people in them. So if we had a resource problem, I would consider sanctioning encampments, but we don't have a resource problem. I recognize it's hard for people to provide us some grace and patience as we acquire more motels and renovate them, but the answer to folks who are engaging in criminal activity outside of Des's encampment is not to sanction the encampment. The solution is to have the police department enforce the laws and arrest those engaging in criminal activity. I've been to that encampment. I've seen the videos of shootings taking place next door. I've seen the incidents of people stabbing one another. We have several homeless task force officers that we pay for. I don't understand why they can't be out there policing these areas and making sure people are being arrested for engaging in criminal activity. Being homeless does not give you an excuse or a right to assault somebody, to threaten somebody, to stab and shoot somebody without consequences. So to those who are asking us to sanction and provide resources to Des, we are trying to provide help by opening up more motel rooms, renovating, and housing people in there. And for the handful of homeless who've been asked to leave from county and city motels, they've earned that ejection. You don't get to beat up on your partner in front of staff who's there to support you. You don't get to beat up on a security guard without any consequences. So let's be very thoughtful about this conversation. The administration is fully aware of all the challenges. The mayor, the police chief, myself, and council members have gone to the encampments in person. We've seen what Des is providing. I recognize that she's providing a safe space for a dozen people. And we've made it clear the last time we were here that we should not rely on Des Martinez to take any additional homeless residents, whether they're on county, state, or city property. She doesn't have the capacity to do that. And to those advocates who continue to ask us to rely and provide her more support or depend on her, I want to caution everyone. Des is a human being. She is getting to a breaking point because the whole city, whether you donate or you provide free supplies, you're giving her responsibility that is that of the whole city and county system to be engaging in, not one person. Just like I don't want to be responsible for the homeless engaging in criminal activity against each other or the general public, I also don't want to be responsible for mentally breaking down one individual who's done more than her fair share to help our city and our county with the homeless challenge. But we will not sanction any encampment until we have exhausted every single dollar that we receive from the federal and state government and bought as many motels as possible to provide people adequate housing. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask the mayor and the city manager to make sure the police department is policing those areas and making arrests when necessary. Being poor and homeless is not a crime. Stabbing, shooting, and beating people up is a crime. And those folks should be arrested and dealt with through the justice system. So thank you, Council, for that.
Thank you, Councilmember
President.
Arias.
Yeah,
Mayor?
Council President, if I could just add to what Councilmember Arias said, he's 100% accurate in his assessment and his comments. And I've been out to the camp. It is clean. It is, for the most part, in that particular camp, safe. The surrounding area does have some issues from time to time in terms of drug dealings and violence. And we will make sure that our police department increases their presence in and around that area. I do know that there are people that are being asked to leave the motel, and it's for good reason, as was stated. But I also know there's a lot of second chances that are given, and I know that firsthand. In fact, as of yesterday, there was one yesterday where a person had to be asked to leave the motel that was city-owned, but to go to another motel where they would be less disruptive. So we have money, we have a plan, we have the partnerships in place. What we need is time to allow the plan to take effect, and we need to be able to remain steadfast as we move forward with this and not deviate from that plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, want to wrap it up?
Mayor, I have a follow-up question, and I appreciate the council member's comments. When the police arrest someone in a camp for beating a partner or someone else or stabbing someone, and they're taken to jail, I love this state, but our justice system is the way it is. Do they stay there, or are they let out?
Depending on the type of crime, felony suspects that are violent are going to remain in custody. However, the individuals that are arrested on a misdemeanor, there's a likelihood that they will not be. So it really depends on the crime, but I can tell you that there's been a significant impact with the pandemic on our prison systems not accepting inmates into the state system from local jails, which has caused significant, maybe not overcrowding, but capacity limit at our jail, and therefore there is the accountability is not like it used to be.
Thank you, and I just want to add, that unfortunately compounds the problem. And, you know, earlier today, Councilmember Maxwell did something that I really appreciate just after we honored Captain Farah, was to talk about the victims' rights. And we have a criminal justice system in this state. I love this state. This is the home I've known all my life. But we really need a victim justice system. And unfortunately, there's evil out there. And I'm all for rehabilitation, but if we keep letting folks out, they're going to go back out there, drain the system, and hurt people. And it's unfortunate that the powers that be can't figure this one out. So it just puts more pressure on the local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Good discussion. Let's move on to the business of the people. We are now on consent. I've taken public comment. Let me just read for the benefit of the public and for the record. City Clerk, this is what I have so far. Item 1H, 1L have been tabled for a future date. Item 1D has been also tabled by the administration for a future date, I believe in May. These following items have been moved to contested consent. 1E, 1L, 1V as in Victor, 1K, 1M, 1W, and item 1Z, Councilmember Bredefeld is going to register a no vote, and we also remove item 1Y. Is that correct?
Council President.
I believe 1E was tabled.
Yeah, 1E was tabled.
Okay.
And then 1V as in Victor was pulled for a separate discussion.
Contested consent, correct?
Correct.
All right. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent?
I'll motion.
Motion by Councilmember Bredefeld. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition?
Mr. President?
Yes,
I'm
Councilmember
sorry,
Carbasi.
yeah, we're having an issue with the buttons not working, so sorry for the
They
interruption.
don't work.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry
sorry.
for the
I'm gonna have
interruption. Just real quick, I want to register a abstention for 1W.
Okay.
And then regarding 1Z, I'm going to vote in favor today and not pull the item. I do have some serious concerns about this legislation, and I'm really hopeful that there will be some negotiation on this and improvement on the bill, especially with some of the folks that actually worked so hard for over 30 years to create this opportunity for the River Conservancy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With those comments entered into the record, there was no opposition. Motion carries. Let's move on to contested consent. Let me see if I can take these in alphabetical order. I believe we'll start with item 1E that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
That item was tabled, Councilmember?
Oh, that's right. You just said that. All right, let's go to item 1K. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a couple questions for I don't know.
Who do we have
if
in
it's
the administration that can answer those questions on item 1K?
Joe Vargas is here.
Yes, Joe
Okay.
Vargas is on.
Okay, so I read through the staff report and I understand that the dollars being utilized for three augmentations of services are the low carbon transit operations program dollars. But I was wondering, one of the I guess expansion and services is the bus line that is going to go to the new facility for Department of Social Services. Given that the Fresno County Board of Supervisors had made a decision to relocate Department of Social Services out so far east, and it has caused us to readjust and is costing us more money, I'm just wondering, have we had any conversations with Fresno County? Because what I would see, if they had not done that, we could have used some of these dollars to cover some of the zero fare, or to look at how these dollars could have been kind of the stopgap there. And so I'm a little concerned that, you know, when the county is making decisions that impacts residents of Fresno, they're not having the conversations with us. It ends up costing us more. So have you guys had any conversations with the county? You know, why are we doing that with this grant? I know obviously we want our residents to have access to that facility, but shouldn't the county be footing up part of the bill in terms of expanding the route to the east side?
Thank you, Council Member Soria, for the question. That is definitely something that we discussed as we were trying to plan for the movement of the Department of Social Services to that campus. Mr. Barfield did have conversations, and our staff did approach the county to try and gain some support. Unfortunately, they were not in a position to do that at the time. Again, for us, it was, you know, trying to give, you know, our passengers access. And quite honestly, there was no access without us moving to this change. So we definitely had that conversation, and fortunately, they weren't in a position to assist. But those were concerns that we shared with them.
So have we had?
Councilmember Soria, if you remember, excuse me, Councilmember Soria, if you remember, council did ask us again to, right before we made that change, you asked us again to reach out to the county, and we did. And again, the answer was no. Since then, I've still reached out to the county, and the answer was still no.
I'm just very frustrated, you know, and I hope the Board of County Supervisors is hearing or gets to hear the comments now, because they're the ones that created this mess, where now we are dragging our constituents, their clients, who are also their constituents, and we're having to foot the bill when we could have utilized these dollars for something else to augment the services within the current boundaries that and the current lines that we had. And so I'm just a little frustrated that they wouldn't meet us even halfway. And I think that Mayor, I think we need to have a really coming to Jesus moment with the county if we're going to look at really, one, I know that it's a priority for many of us on this council to have the zero fare happen. And I don't want these kind of things that the county is causing us to now having to pay for to be the roadblock for us to achieve the ultimate goal of providing free public transit for the residents of the city of Fresno. So we really need to figure out how the county is going to be a partner with us. These are their constituents too, and these are their clients that need access to the Department of Social Services. And so for them to, create this mess and not want to, help us or meet us halfway to me, is unacceptable. And so I think that we need to hold their feet to the fire too, because it is their also clients and constituents. And so I don't know if if this is time sensitive, if we can set up a meeting where it's electeds, where it's the mayor and maybe a couple of us from the subcommittee, where we're trying to hash this out, because it is not okay for them to make decisions that are consequential to us and our financial ability to provide for the residents of this city that need access to those services. So is this time sensitive, Assistant City Manager? Could we have, since there hasn't been any, positive steps from the staff point of view, can we see if the meeting electeds, with electeds will help?
Well, it's always your prerogative as electeds to meet with your fellow electeds. However, for us, it's about a submission of a grant, and we need this resolution in order to submit that grant, which is due in just a few days. And this happens, this item, we pushed once, but now we've got to move forward with it.
So if we submit for this grant, so can you remind me, how long will this grant cover these services?
This is another year of operating support. So this is the second year of operating support for the service changes.
So will we then come back for another extension, or how are we going to cover once this grant or this program is exhausted? How are we going to cover those costs?
We have a total of 3 years of support, so we still have another year after this one. And then after the third year, the goal is always, hopefully our major revenue sources increase over the 3 years that we're getting support for the changes, that then allows us to sustain it.
But I just want to make sure that we're clear that I don't want this to be the barrier or the issue that you guys bring up as saying, oh, well, we'll have to cut these services because of, now we don't have enough money to cover the zero fare gap. So I feel like we need to do something. I understand we want to continue, but we didn't create this problem. The county created this problem. And it's unfortunate that they can't meet us halfway to make sure that their clients are receiving the services that they need.
Councilwoman Soria, can I chime in for a second?
Sure.
I just want to iterate my understanding of the agreement before us, so I know that I'm on the right track, and also for my colleagues. So the way I understand this is that these low carbon transit operation program is used for new services or an expansion of a current line, which is what I think most of this funding would be used for, is an expansion of current lines. We have to apply for it once a year, but it's only available for 3 years. And I believe the intent of it is to build up the ridership as much as possible so that when the state pulls out the funding, they're going to rely on that huge increase in ridership and for those bus fares to fill the gap of where the state funding used to be. And obviously that's a concern for me, as we are seriously eyeing going to a zero fare system. And as you mentioned, Councilwoman Soria, a lot of the folks riding some of these extended services, for example, bus route 28, which is going to the Department of Social Services, is going to be county clients, right? We're going to be really trying to boost that number so that when the state pulls out their funding, that those people going to get county services, and their bus fares are going to continue funding those expanded bus routes. And that's going to be a concern if we're under a zero fare model. So I'm wondering if we could do a motion to bring this to the transportation subcommittee to figure out, just to kind of discuss what the financial implications are going zero fare with this program in place, and maybe we could work out a solution to where we could keep these bus routes extended past the LCTOP grants without having to cut services, but without also relying on a fair revenue model to keep it sustained.
If I may, counsel, I also want to be clear on my position. I'm not in a position today to support this item at all. I think the county intentionally relocated all their services to Clovis, and now they're asking us to pick up the cost of transporting all their clients to Clovis. And I understand why they were hesitant to help previously, but like us, they received the American Rescue, bailout of at least $100 million, and they can easily invest some of that money to help offset the cost of rerouting this whole bus line 28. There are significant costs. You have to build stations and drop off and pickups, and it comes at the expense of other services. So I'm not in a position today to support this item if the county Route 28 remains as is, with the county providing zero help for a problem that they created.
And to add, it's frustrating because this was a new problem that was created. On this dais for the last 5 years, there's been conversations of expanding services, especially west of the 99, where we don't have transportation and that would connect existing neighborhoods. So the county created a new problem, and so we pivoted right away and used this program that could have been utilized to fund another new route to an existing neighborhood that has been wanting public transit for a long time. And so that's why I'm very frustrated that the county isn't stepping up. So I don't want to not pass this item and impact those folks that really need to get there, but I think that the county needs to come to the table. I get it, a few months ago they may not have had the resources, but there are resources there that they can and they should be working with us to figure out how we can develop a model that will help all their clients access all the services without worrying about a bus fare. So I would be comfortable making a motion
Councilmember Soria, if I may, this is actually about 5 routes. 2 of them are in your district.
No.
The 12,
I know.
the new 12.
I know that.
Okay, but you guys are only focusing on the 28, and I'm saying this is for 5 routes. 2 of them are brand new. So that was expansion, and this application is due tomorrow. So if you're not interested in supporting this item?
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that, and I'm not saying that I'm not supportive. I'm expressing my frustration with that one other extension where we could have extended it to another part of the city, but we pivoted because the county created the problem. And that problem just happened this past year. So they made that conscious decision, and so that's what I'm saying. I'm expressing, yeah, everything else is good and dandy, but we could have expanded somewhere else had the county not caused that issue. And so I don't personally want to cause a problem with folks not having access, but I do want to make sure that the county knows clearly that we have to figure it out, come to the table. Otherwise, I'm not going to be willing to support it in the future because they caused the problem.
Hey, Greg, this is Tommy.
Yes, Tommy.
Yeah, so, and Joe, I just want to clarify as well. So, this grant is for 5 routes. 28 is the one we're talking about. On 28, we're talking about the second year of 3 potential. Between now and next year, I'm just asking, we could have this discussion with the county and see about them participating in the funding. And if the decision again is no for the 3rd time, could we pull this route out of next year's application, grant application?
Yeah, that just means that FACTS would have to take on the entire piece of that operating, which, again, this was an existing route which we've turned, so it's probably not, it probably won't be as damaging as taking out Route 3, for example, financially.
So I
So
think,
yes, we could.
Council, what about if we just, I know you guys have a grant to submit for tomorrow. What about we approve the item with an amendment to remove Route 28 from the proposal? And that'll give you all time to have more conversations with the county, or maybe the council has to fund Route 28 from the American Rescue funds. But would that work for the administration?
I just want to check with Greg. Greg, if we pulled out Route 28 for the application tomorrow, what impact does that have?
Yeah, I'm on the other phone with staff, and staff says we'll pull it out.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the item with the amendment to remove Route 28 from the proposal and direct staff to engage in conversations with the council and the board of supervisors on how we fund their new route that they've created for us to have to
Mr.
redirect.
President.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Okay, so I'm really glad to see that this is going to include Route West 99 in my district and the Hernan Crosstown. And I believe the motion that's being changed will make sure that this can still go through, because for me, I can't get handy rides for people unless we have those routes past Polk, and that's a big concern for me. This is a big motion. People have to be able, I'm not happy that the county left downtown. It hurts our businesses here. I don't know what effort we made to keep them here in the past with the last administration, but that's all moot now. I really don't feel comfortable holding off on routes. I like the idea of transportation committee working with the county. I think it's probably going to be better to have the administration do it, because unfortunately there is bad blood between the council and the county, and we don't have time for that. People need to be able to access services. I really wish that if there were concerns, this would have been done in the time we've had since we've seen this, and you work with the administration. But to hold this off right now, I think it's pretty irresponsible. There's a problem. Oh, one second. I'm sorry, council member. There is a problem. It has to be dealt with. But the day before this is coming through, I really do worry about that.
Councilmember Carbasi, it's not a last minute thing. We've been having this conversation for a long time. And, you know, the assistant city manager, Barfield, has been very aware about our frustration with this part.
Sure.
And how it impacts, I think, when we're trying to have or create a plan for the zero fare initiative that this council passed. You know, this is all kind of part of that bigger picture, and has to be part of that plan to be able to get to a place where our public transit is sustainable. And so that's why I bring it up, because it's not that I just all of a sudden woke up today and didn't have conversations. This has been an ongoing conversation, and I'm expressing my frustration because nothing has come out of the conversations. You just heard, you know, Assistant City Manager Barfield has said that they've been in touch, but they have gone nowhere.
Okay.
And so at some point, this city has to say, we're either not going to do it, or we're going to pick up, you know, we're essentially picking up their bill, their tab. And I don't mind partnership, but when they're just making us pay for the entire thing, where we could have maybe expanded a little bit more to west of the 99, which we've been asking for, rather than a new problem they created, that's where I'm frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it took a long time for me to get a route to Inspiration Park.
Sure.
And so, and you know, and that was an issue that we had for many years. This is an issue that they just created because they decided to move. So that's why I am frustrated. And so I don't feel, I understand the importance, so I want to move forward, but I want to make sure that it's clear. I'm okay in supporting it for this year of funding, but I want to make sure that we get to the county and we say, hey guys, you have to meet us halfway. We're not saying maybe pay for it all, meet us halfway so that we can provide services to our constituents, but also their clients who are their constituents as well.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think you bring up a good point. I don't want to, you know, you have a legitimate point, and I think the administration understands that. And this is not about zero fare. That matter has been decided by the council already. This is just about, I think what we all want is more access. And I appreciate what you just said. We don't want to hold this up, but clearly there has to be some kind of movement with the county. So I thank you for being reasonable on that, Councilmember.
Councilmember, I think one of my, trepidations with this is, you said we've had time to process this. I mean, it's true to a degree, right? We've had about 5 or 6 days to read through very dense material, and I think I just take issue with the fact that we have to vote on a grant the day before it's due to the state. That really doesn't give us a lot of time to negotiate with county partners, other partners, to have like a subcommittee meeting to figure out if we want to maybe take out a route and maybe add another one to that grant. So there's issues that I take with that. Second of all, we know that Fresno County Department of Social Services, largest bulk buyer of bus passes for the fax system, historically. And that's going to be the 28 route, which will continue to be bloated as we fund it with state funds. And when those state funds are removed, we're going to be on the hook for figuring out how to take all the county clients to a county building to receive county services on city dime.
Those are all really good points. The question is, while we're debating this, what happens in the meantime with people that need to get help? So I think that we both want the same thing. And I agree. That's why, this last meeting we were going to have, there was so much material and we need time to properly vet things. I understand that. But maybe the city manager can fill us in on why we've had 6 days or what's going on. Thank you.
Yeah, well, this was on the agenda 2 weeks ago, and so at a deference to the council, we started moving a bunch of stuff. So I apologize that it's due tomorrow, but it was on the agenda 2 weeks ago. So
It
Were
was
all the
city manager.
materials available 2 weeks ago as well?
Let me just see if I can land this, because Councilmember Soria is right. We've been having this conversation for a very long time. I remember having this conversation 2-3 years ago when the county approached us. But let me just paint a realistic picture so that we need to be prepared to make a decision, which I think we're at now. The county is not going to reimburse us any money. If they wanted to reimburse us or partner with us, they would have done it 18, 24 months ago when Greg approached them and expressed that interest. We know that's not happening. So what is the council's comfort level on knowing that? Because I mean, it's like pulling teeth with our colleagues over there, right? I'm going to probably get a couple of hate text messages on that, but that's okay. So what is the council's comfort level on us going forward with this proposal today as is? There was a motion made to amend it, Route 28. We obviously don't want to leave people out in the cold or without bus service. Councilmember Butterfield?
Can I get just more clarification? What's the impact if we're pulling Route 28? What is that actual impact? Maybe Greg?
Greg and Joe, if we don't include this in the grant application tomorrow, what happens on Monday or whenever this triggers?
So staff who offered this said that that's okay. We can move on without the 28 funding in there. It's more important on the other 4 routes for us to have that particular revenue to help us. In the meantime, if you all want us to continue the dialogue, we will, and we welcome you joining us in the dialogue with the county.
Okay, so I'm still not clear. We're taking out a route that exists now, correct?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, Greg, if we don't include it in the grant application tomorrow, will the route stay in place or will you have to remove the route?
No, the route stays in place.
Service will continue.
A service will continue. Okay, and I'm going to ask this generally, is much of this concern because we have the free bus fare policy in place and this would be less of an issue?
I think this goes to a bigger issue about how the fax system is built. It's built on these grants that give you 3 years of startup with the expectation you're going to generate revenue, bring revenue in, and then the grant will go away and you will self-sustain that route with the fares. Okay. If we go to zero fare, we're going to have to figure out how to expand service in the future because these grants aren't available to you unless you're showing up with fare box revenue. So that's a thing on zero fare. But that's a separate discussion.
It's a separate discussion, but it does address, is it not, Tommy, that if we have zero fare, these grants go away?
These grants go away.
Hey, city manager, is that fair specifically or local funds more broadly for matching requirements?
Greg, can you clarify on the fare box versus just local revenue for these grants?
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, the question was on the fare box, on the money we have to generate to self-sustain the route after the grant falls off. Does that have to be fare box revenue or can that be any kind of local revenue?
So I mean, I think it's a combination of all our major revenue sources need to increase, and that's the goal. You know, having the startup money for 3 years to try and really drive ridership up on these service changes. That when we get to the 4th year, you know, we've seen an uptick in Transportation Development Act, Measure C, and including fare box.
That's pretty much what I wanted to
be
clarify,
able to
City
sustain it.
Manager. Fare box revenue is a potential source, but it's not the
Yeah,
sole
you could,
source.
because you're expecting the Measure C to also increase over time, and you're expecting your fare revenue, so those should hopefully match when the grant drops off, correct?
What I'm trying to clarify is that if we go zero fare, that doesn't necessarily mean we're ineligible for these grants. It just means we have to find other local funding to meet those requirements. I
Correct.
wanted to make that
And I do
clarification.
apologize, you're correct.
Yeah.
The model we built on has been about the fare box is how you do it. If we don't do that, we're gonna have to come up with some other model to come up with a local match to match that grant.
Which
Understood.
Measure
Thank
C
you.
could be part of it, or other local dollars that we have within our budget.
That's correct.
So it's not just fare box, and I'm glad that you clarified that, because I don't want people to, on this dais, to think that the match has to be collection of fares. That's not.
Right, that,
A
I think
requirement.
that point was made clear. Councilmember Soria, do you want to make a motion with the amendment that Councilmember Arias made?
So he already made the.
You made the motion?
Yeah, my motion is to proceed with the application and withdraw Route 28 from the proposal.
All right.
And then direct staff to work with the county and see if they're willing to help us offset the costs that they've created.
All right, do I have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilmember
Okay,
Soria.
but can I just finish my question?
Councilmember Bradford, sorry.
Where is administration on that motion pulling this 28 from moving forward with these grants?
Yeah, what I'm hearing from Assistant City Manager Barfield and Joe Vargas is that we have created enough revenue in the other routes that we've developed with the grant that we can still provide the 28 service for this next year.
Okay.
Is that, Joe and Greg, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, what the staff will do is increase the percentages on the other 4 routes to get us to the same dollar amount that is in this resolution. And then use that, the additional money, the freed up money to support the 28.
Well, aren't we just kind of maneuvering things,
Right.
still trying to keep, good, Greg.
Right. Thank you.
Still trying to keep the route. We're not getting, you don't want to get rid of the route.
No, we're not. But we're gonna have we should be having the conversation with the county, though, and see how.
I think, council member, if I can explain it this way, the route's going to continue. The only question is, before we commit grant dollars to future operating years of that route, we want to make sure we have that conversation with the county again and see whether or not they're going to help us offset the cost.
We've been having that conversation. They're not going to come to the table with any money. Let's just be realistic about that, guys.
I
Okay?
agree.
Let's-
Okay.
let's-
And let me just say, we won't ask for money in this route again through this grant. We will continue to push forward on, at least on the other 4 for the 3rd year at the higher percentage.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, our last correspondence with DSS happened to be right before we did the change. You asked us to look at assistance on ADA stops and some of the bus amenities. And on June the 22nd at 2:05 in the afternoon, the deputy of DSS said no.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Butterfield? Yeah. All right. So motion was made by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Soria. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Next up is item 1M. I believe it was Councilmember Butterfield that you had pulled that item.
Yeah, I got my question answered. Make a motion to approve.
Second. Motion was made by Councilmember Butterfield, seconded by myself. Any opposition? Seeing none.
Just have a quick.
Councilmember Soria.
Just have a quick question. So I just want to make sure that as we're looking at these cottage home plans that are going to be designed, you have to recall that there are some neighborhoods like the Tower District that have certain design guidelines. And so what I want to make sure that we insert into the motion is that For those districts that do have certain design guidelines that are applicable to the housing that are being built, that the cottage programs actually follows and is in line with the design guidelines in the tower. I don't know what other neighborhoods have design guidelines, but the tower does. So if we can add that to the motion, I'd appreciate that. Motion maker.
Are you agreeable to the amendment, Councilmember Bredefeld?
It's consistent with our tower design guidelines. Is that okay?
All right.
Okay.
Motion was made. Second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up is item 1V as in Victor. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council. I'm supportive of this item. I simply wanted to point out that this is an extension to an existing contract that was done through the regular bidding process. I know folks of ABC and other outside Sacramento groups always tell us that whenever we do any construction projects through project labor agreements, they're always going to be over budget and over the timeline. As we've seen from the airport project is under budget and ahead of schedule. And in this one project, the fire station, it's already, you guys are asking for more time. So just to be clear, the urban legend of PLAs are more expensive and require more time is not true. That is the case on every kind of construction project, no matter the construction method. So I just want to be clear about that for the record. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition?
Council President.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I think we're piggybacking today. Just to piggyback off of the comments that were made, I encourage members of the public who are curious to go and visit some of our building trades and to see how much work actually goes into training, extensive training. And when we build things for the public, we have to do it with quality, and they have the skills to ensure that we can do that. So just piggybacking off what was said earlier. Thank you.
All right. Motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? No opposition. Motion carries. All right. Our
Council
last item-
President?
Yes.
I think in the previous item,
I know.
Can we clarify that?
Yeah. So if you want to enter that into the record for
Yes,
clarification.
I'll enter that into the record. So I was thinking that Councilmember Bredefeld was, had pulled 1N. Yeah, 1N. And he actually was, no, 1M. Yeah,
M as in
1M.
Mary.
So you did make a motion
I
on
made
that?
a motion for 1M.
M as in Mary.
Yes.
To approve.
You were referencing 1N as in Nancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were wrong, but I do have some comments on this one. Can we go back? I'm going to support it, but I did want to, for the administration.
Let's go back to 1M as in Mary.
Oh my God.
I am so
City
sorry.
Clerk,
I'm so sorry, guys.
Procedurally, we want to enter some information into the record, so just go ahead, Councilwoman Soria.
Yeah, so, I am going to support this item. Obviously, I was one of the one of the council members that made the motion during the budget to create this Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement. I did want to encourage the administration because we did add additional initiatives and responsibilities to the staff that's going to staff the division, that we really look at, one, the salaries, the compensation, since it's a new division and we can probably compare it to other divisions within the Parks Department, that the titles and the salaries, essentially they are compensated for the work that they're doing. I know that this office is going to be doing much more than what they were doing when they were in the PD. We've added youth jobs, which now is a huge initiative for you. They're going to be doing advanced peace, which is also a big undertaking. They're going to continue to manage all the other grant programs that they were doing. So I just want to make sure that we're really looking at compensating folks appropriately, given that it's been a new division. We have an opportunity as you're looking at your budget and make sure that I don't know if in the past we've done some, what is it called when we do the salary kind of a comp study? Yeah, just make sure that I just want to make sure that the folks that are going to be in that office are compensated for all the work that they're going to be doing, especially because there's some very important initiatives that you are going to be carrying, and I know there are issues that this council and myself has been very important to me in terms of youth jobs and all that good stuff that's going to happen under that office. So I really, really want to make sure that, one, they're compensated, and two, that they have the appropriate resources. I think right now it's a small team. And we've had this conversation, Georgianne, about how much work it takes to really do a summer jobs program, and if it's really going to be a valuable, internship / summer jobs program, that there is the appropriate staffing included. And there's going to be resources given Measure P, so I'm hoping that we really look at staffing it up and making sure people get paid appropriately. So, thank you.
All right, all of that registered into the record for 1M as in Mary.
For the record, the mayor will give up his salary to make everybody right.
In alphabetical order. All right, our last item is 1W. That's my item, Councilmember Bredefeld. I believe you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm going to register an abstention because this is a resolution in support of the Farbers and naming a school after them, and I fully support them, and their work has been phenomenal, but there's been some contention about also perhaps naming it after Roger Tatarian, and so I have some discomfort in terms of selecting somebody when both are certainly deserve it, and so this is something that's going to be decided by the school board, I imagine, Fresno Unified, and so I'm going to register an abstention. I don't know if there was anybody who was planning on talking on this. Brianna, is there anybody? Okay. So for me, I'm just going to register an abstention. I just wanted people to know that this is not against the Farbers. I appreciate greatly what they've done, and they have been pillars in the community and are certainly deserving of it.
No, not at all, Councilmember Bredefeld. I'll make the motion for the item.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? One abstention registered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Motion passes. All right, let's move on to the 11 a.m. emergency item that
Council
we had.
President, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe Mike Carbasi registered an
Oh,
abstention as well when we were doing.
Okay, he's absent, so we'll just mark him as absent. Thank you. 11 a.m. Item, Councilmember Esparza. Vice President Esparza, you wanted to put this on?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Council President. So as noted earlier in my council member reports, I think we've all been watching the alarming situation that unfolded on Tuesday when UCSF announced, or maybe Wednesday it was, UCSF announced that they would be halting COVID-19 testing and halting walk up or drive through vaccinations at the site at Fresno City College, and that they would only be honoring the vaccination appointments through this coming Friday, which will be tomorrow. Since that initial announcement, there has been some movement. I believe there is a newly renewed partnership with the County of Fresno and UCSF, and so the vaccinations, I believe, have been resumed, and that's great news for our community. We need to keep up that momentum. But what I wanted to hear this item in order to gain some clarity on whether testing will resume. As the public knows, with our CARES Act dollars, we have partnered with the UCSF, and they have utilized that funding over the last several months during this pandemic in order to provide COVID-19 testing. Most recently over at the UC Merced site on Shaw Avenue. And so, I want to get some clarity. I want to give council, city manager a chance to ask some questions. I do believe we have some representatives from UCSF Fresno on the line. If you could raise your hand on the Zoom, the clerk can admit you as a panelist to be able to speak. And so, really, the question here today is around what the financials are looking like for UCSF right now, and what role can the city play in order to continue COVID-19 testing at the existing UCSF site. So, clerk, is there anybody punched up? Dr. Bond?
Yes, I'm on. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Yeah, if you could give us, I kind of gave my perspective just based on, again, someone from the outside looking in and the community who has been concerned. If you could give us your perspective, the UCSF perspective, fill in the council and the administration here a bit.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, and we appreciate the continuing support that you guys provide to us. So early last year, we had been approached by the council in order to see if we could provide initially COVID testing, as well as work with community-based organizations to coordinate with social support, contact tracing, isolation, all the orders as we're reaching the pandemic, with the understanding that eventually maybe as vaccines roll out, we could potentially transition to that. We accepted an initial grant that was supposed to be for 6 months, and we estimate that we would take care of approximately 11,000 tests over that 6-month period. We have stretched it out for as long as we possibly could. It's mostly a manpower issue, and we have performed over 24,000 tests throughout Fresno City districts, 100% in low equity areas and 80% in communities of color as far as patient populations being taken care of. That contract essentially just ran out on Tuesday. We have secured a contract with the Fresno County Department of Public Health in order to ramp up vaccination efforts. We're excited about that. We're having some difficulty just getting final signatures on that from all sides, but we have finally resolved that issue. That contract is 100% for vaccinations only, so there's no resources for testing at all in that. We as UCSF Fresno are happy to continue or expand testing. We as a university are here to basically, as a public service, I feel, just like you guys are. So we're here to try to do what's best. If you guys feel it's right, I think we still need to be offering more testing available, not only at our Merced and at the Shaw building, but with the contract extension that you're talking about, it would actually put testing at our expanded mobile vent so we can couple the vaccines and the testing together. So whenever we do additional mobile vents now, then we will be offering all through the majority of south and west side of Fresno. But we want to make sure that facilities are available as you guys see fit. I'm happy to answer questions about it.
Yeah, Dr. Bond, so just to clarify, currently COVID-19 testing is paused with you folks, is that correct?
That is correct. The county contract is only allowing us to use any resources for COVID vaccination, no testing whatsoever.
And at this time, you do not have any plans to continue testing. You don't have the ability, is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
We do not have the ability. My Mobile Heal project is 100% donation and grant. We don't collect any fees or bill any insurances. Any outside grants are all suspended because they're all non-COVID related. So we're only doing COVID activities right now.
Okay, and based on this item, so the exact language that we have here today that we're considering is to allocate $310,000 from our general funds. This is the exact amount of the budget carryover that we heard about at the last council meeting. So if you could, just for the benefit of the public, the $310,000, what would that translate into in terms of testing services with UCSF?
Absolutely. So that would actually be a bit of an expansion of our current testing protocols. Currently, we offer, before we shut down, we're offering testing 6 days a week at various locations, both at the Shaw building as well as mobile sites, mostly one mobile site a day. But with our expanded mobile testing, our expectation would be to expand hours of available testing instead of just having it for blocks of small hours, but running to 10 to 12 hours a day at our Shaw site, as well as doing 1 to 2 mobile events throughout the district to allow for more testing availability. As I mentioned, we've done about 24,000. So, our initial estimation of 11,000 was very underperformance, but I'd rather, as you mentioned with construction projects, over-deliver under budget. So that's our estimation that would, 310,000 would fund roughly 8 to 10 weeks of 6 days a week testing, both at one static site as well as 1 to 2 mobile sites a day.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bond. At this point, I'd like to give my colleagues and or the administration an opportunity to ask any outstanding questions that they may have.
Council Vice President, I do have a couple questions. Greg, are you still online? I know you're a point person with our county and city coordination.
Yeah, I'm here.
My question, Greg, is the county proceeding with no longer providing free COVID testing as a strategy? Have they officially dropped any COVID testing being provided as part of their emergency response system?
No, as a matter of fact, it is the county and my desire to sit with UCSF immediately after we got that contract dealt with yesterday. Our plan was to sit down with UCSF and begin to talk about a much more larger strategy in testing. UCSF is not the only provider of testing at this time. There are others. Actually, today we lined up another provider that will be in the city of Fresno. And so, again, we wanted to spend some time post the vaccine agreement to now sit with UCSF and speak to them about a more global strategy. The other thing I realized that in the agreement that was signed yesterday, it's being signed retroactively. So back to, is it April, is it the 9th, Dr. Ma?
April 15th.
April 15th.
For last week, a week from.
Yeah, so it's being signed retroactively. And then up to this point, the money that you've been expending has all been provided by this council, correct?
Yes, we actually floated our own, we operated yesterday on our own funds, on general funds out of the university.
And we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So Greg,
yes, there is a plan for a more global strategy.
Yeah, Greg, to my question, what I just heard from UC San Francisco is that the contract with the county only funds vaccinations. Who is providing free COVID testing? And how long is the free COVID testing going to be provided for outside of this contract before us?
So there are other providers of free COVID testing. And what we mean by free is basically a swipe of or a flash of your insurance card. So again, the county does have providers who are doing the same thing.
Yeah. Greg, but that's not free, right? The reason the council funded free COVID testing is because a lot of our folks are uninsured, and we needed to make sure that the uninsured, especially the essential workers, got free COVID testing when they needed it. Not everybody has insurance. I know our employees do, and a lot of us have insurance. So who's providing free COVID testing for the uninsured going forward?
Well, again, that was part of the strategy we wanted to have with UCSF. Look, we believe that they are the best partner to have. Okay. But there has got to be a more global look at how we do this. Sitting with the county and UCSF, again, post their work, because they've been spending most of this week dealing with that vaccine contract, which is just as important. We wanted to sit with them and talk about a more global and strategic strategy.
Understood. You know, what I'm concerned about is we have our weekly COVID meetings with the county, and we're supposed to be coordinating efforts. The city, during the pandemic, stepped up and funded free COVID testing, contact tracing, in partnership with the county to fill a gap. I lost sleep when I learned that they were going to suspend vaccinations because people ran out of money, when we were never told at any time that there was going to be a gap in financing these efforts. We still have several zip codes in the city that are only 20% vaccinated. We still have quite a bit of uninsured folks that don't have access to free COVID testing. I'd like us in the next meeting on Monday to address that with the county and get clarity on what exactly is a plan to provide free COVID testing and vaccinations for the zip codes that are underserved going forward outside of this contract. So we need to be on the same page, because if we're going to invest more money from the rescue dollars, I'm fine with, but we got to recognize that the county today has underserved a lot of our zip codes in Fresno, urban Fresno. That's why the vaccination rates are so low. And we can't simply accept that only those with insurance will have access to free COVID testing, especially given that we're about to reopen the full economy, in the next few weeks. So if we can put that on the agenda for Monday's COVID meeting, so we can get a full briefing from the county and the city on how they plan to proceed with additional vaccination efforts in the underserved zip codes and free COVID testing for the uninsured.
I can speak to the vaccine part of it. Our plan is to begin to do mobile pop-ups in the 6 lowest zip codes. And so we're going to be coordinating that. when I get back from vacation, the week of the 3rd. And that would be using many of our assets for sites. We have really spent the week working on 16 and up with the school districts as our key focus, and that has been very successful. And now the next focus is vaccines, and of course the conversation with UCSF on testing.
That answer your question,
We're happy
Councilmember
to be a
Arias?
partner in any way to make the resolution. So we're happy to work with however you see us best fit. We want to be part of the solution.
It does answer my question to the vaccine process. I still don't have an answer on how we're going to provide free COVID testing for the uninsured. And that's a pretty big of our essential workforce here in the city. So, and we can discuss it on Monday, but I want to make sure that outside of this contract, we have a plan for the next few months. We're still in the pandemic, even though some people in the county lifted the emergency order for the pandemic, but kept the emergency order for the fires and for, damaged trees.
City Manager?
Yeah, and I think that would be, Councilmember Esparza and I had that discussion earlier, is just if you could allow us to have that discussion with the county on how we're going to do, what's the best use of our $310,000, because that's it. Once we spend it, it's gone. So I'd love to have the discussion with the county, have this meeting with you guys on Monday, and then come back next Wednesday and say, this is how we're going to make our investment to make sure we get the COVID testing going. I don't know that this solution is the most efficient, effective. It may be, but there's a lot of money running around there with a lot of folks available for testing. Let's go ahead and get that integrated, do this global strategy. And so all I'd ask is that if we had a week to just work this out with everybody else that's got resources and the capacity to do the testing, then next week we can come to you with this is the best thing we should do for our money. That would be the only request.
Vice President Esparza?
Yeah, City Manager, I appreciate your efforts on this. I know we added this to your plate yesterday, and we were both working diligently, trying to get answers and figure out solutions. This is government. Solutions take time. You're asking for time. I think one thing that we've learned in the last 13 months, 14 months is that, every day that we're not vaccinating people, every day that we're not testing people, we're potentially losing lives. And I know that we've saved many, many lives over the last year because of our efforts. And the city acting as a de facto public health agency, right? And being able to use our CARES Act funding to partner with folks like UCSF, UHC, and others. And so, typically I might be inclined to roll with you on that extra time, but I think there's a sense of urgency, and that one of our primary testing partners here in the city has testing paused. There's some potential here with these talks that are being discussed and these conversations that will be had. But I think we have the opportunity here today to ensure that it's resumed right away, as opposed to working through it for anywhere from a few days to a few weeks, us not knowing exactly where it's going to go. And I mean, we've been partnering with them. The difference here is that it is general fund money. That is unusual, but not the first time. Before the pandemic began, I think we raided some general funds to help small businesses, and then obviously the CARES Act funding kicked in, and we were able to do a whole lot more beyond that. But this is a relatively small amount of our general funds, and so if we're able to be reimbursed by the American Rescue Plan dollars, that'd be great. That's not a certainty, I think, at this point, but I certainly think that allocating this small amount of general funds provides an effective stopgap and ensures that people will continue to be tested while we figure things out and while we wait for the American Rescue Plan dollars to come down. So I will make the motion to allocate up to the $310,000 to UCSF to approve the resolution on the table.
Council,
I'll second that, Vice President, and that's up to 310, right? Pending on the conversations that staff has with those folks.
Correct. The intention here is that we will not see another lapse in COVID-19 testing until this pandemic is over.
And council leadership, if I may just, and if there's any modifications to scope of work based between now and next Wednesday, then next council meeting, then we can take that up. So I think that gives everybody the time, but gives the public the sense of security that there will be no gap in services.
Councilmember Arias, I know you're on I think call it now the CARES subcommittee. I'll just make this request, and I was not going to mention anything, but I think just from the information that I received from not just Dr. Bond, but my colleagues, I'm really concerned that when we started in this pandemic, you saw the city of Fresno really lead the way with the testing, right? We did a lot of the drive-through models that, United was kind of building the model as we went. UCSF stepped up with their mobile unit. It seems like we're a little bit lax now, and I don't think it's the time to be doing that towards the tail end. So here's the request that I have. If during Monday's meeting, the CARES subcommittee with the county flags this, because one of the most alarming figures that I heard in the last 2 weeks was the fact that Fresno County had to reroute 30,000 vaccines to surrounding jurisdictions because we don't have that interest here. I think, to me, that's a monumental failure on the community outreach plan, because we should have been on top of this and we should have been consistent, and we know that the demand was there, but I've not seen any outreach, particularly to those zip codes that at one point were considered hotspots across the nation, on really making a concerted effort on reaching out to those folks. I've seen other jurisdictions that had the same problem actually do door-to-door campaigns and go into those neighborhoods and go into those, food processing plants and workplaces that we know had a lot of those vulnerable populations. So I'll just respectfully ask that gets put on the agenda and discussed, but more importantly, that we come back with a plan, because I think that's going to be critical on us getting back to normal, which is what we all want.
And thank you for that, Council President. Just to let you know, in our meeting with the county a couple weeks ago, we specifically asked the county what role they would like the city to play in this vaccination deployment. And the Chief Administrative Officer was very clear with us that the county was going to take responsibility over the whole vaccination deployment plan, and that they were going to fully fund any of the deployment vaccination plan that they needed, and that they didn't need our help in this area. So we stepped back, let the county lead the effort on the deployment plan, and we've been monitoring the zip code data that is not, reassuring to us. So we'll re-engage the county in that conversation and see whether they need our help, our push, or our urgency a little more than what we've been doing since they informed us that they had this under control.
Yeah, and even if the county's not prepared to do that, I think we're all realistic here. We've seen them lift their emergency order against the advice of their medical doctor. I think the city of Fresno should be prepared to do our own community outreach in ensuring that those vaccines are deployed here in Fresno County.
Just to clarify, I'm actually a part of the vaccine deployment team for the county. Councilmember Arias, I do work directly with them. That's why we've been talking about these top 6 zip codes, and taking resources that may be in other locations and redeploying them into these zip codes. That's part of what I do every day, is work with Joe Prada and his team, and we've been very successful in moving things around. And then Councilmember Chavez, since you're not on the CARES, COVID, whatever we want to call the Monday meeting anymore, you probably have not heard that there are a lot of mobile sites that the county, more so in the rural area, that the county is going out to on a daily basis, whether it's a farm or whether it is a processing plant, or whether it is an employer. And now we're bringing that into the city on some of our large employers. And so we began this week to gather that list of large employers so that the county can then set up testing within that employer's facility, and continue to make great strides. We also think that will be another way to get some of those lower performing zip codes and some of those folks vaccinated, because it would be at their workplace on their work time.
Sure. Yeah, and that partially answers my question, Assistant City Manager. And one of the great models I think came out was what Dr. Bond and UCSF have been doing with the mobile units. I know they were helpful in going out to senior citizen places and things of that sort. And I think we need to really deploy those resources to those zip codes that we know are vulnerable and oftentimes have either a transportation barrier or a language barrier. And I think that'll go a long ways in making sure that we don't have to turn away 30,000 vaccines. That was really embarrassing to hear that on the news, and I don't want to have to repeat that. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have a motion on the table to again approve the up to 310,000. The amended resolution. Thank you to the administration for providing a cleaner copy of the actual language. So the amended resolution as well as the amended contract. Before we vote, I did want to ask Dr. Bond, now that you have this commitment from us here coming when we vote here, at what point do you believe UCSF will be able to resume the testing services?
One, I need I need my boss to sign off on it. But besides that, if the act is active, if we can date it like we did with the other contract starting tomorrow, if I get approved, I could begin expanding testing services tomorrow.
Okay, great. So I'm going to make one more amendment to the motion I made here. It's up to 310,000, but I do want to see at minimum an immediate allocation of 100,000, just so that the ball is rolling. And obviously, notwithstanding any changes in the circumstances, we'll continue to fund that through those 2 to 2.5 months that we had discussed.
So Vice President Esparza, it's up to 310, but minimum 100K, correct?
Immediate allocation. And again, notwithstanding the council, notwithstanding any changes in the circumstances, the
Sure.
city will continue to fund that 310K commitment throughout the next 2 or so months.
Okay. All right,
And
so we have a
Council-
motion, a second.
Council
Is there any
President.
opposition?
To be clear,
Oh.
the contract would match that same language then, as far as up to. The contract would match the resolution language as far as up to, but at least 100,000.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All right, any opposition?
No, Council President.
Mayor?
Can I make sure the city clerk gets that veto slip to me immediately to sign on this item?
Sure.
Thank
So
you,
it
Mayor.
doesn't hold it up. Yeah, thank
All
you.
right. What's that? Oh, yeah, let me take this out to the public. Do we have anybody in the queue?
Yes, Brandy.
All right, Ms. Villegas, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Councilmember Chavez and those who mentioned, thank you so much. This is brief, but I thank you so much for noting the outreach to the public. I think that proper education and outreach is a huge factor in success in getting people to get the vaccine. I ask that in those plans that you guys are discussing and in that there would be efforts to reach out to those who are in the homeless community, as well as any other, and identify any other communities that might not be getting information. I know that a lot of the people that we have are not, haven't been getting education or information regarding that, and I know that they would be, that the outreaches to areas with those who are unsheltered or in shelters would be much more successful with proper education and opportunity to learn and be able to voice concerns and get answers regarding the vaccine. Thank you.
Any other speakers, Brianna?
There are no other speakers.
No more speakers? All right, I'll close the public comment. Motion was made, seconded with the amendments entered the record. City Attorney, if you could prepare that veto slip for the mayor and then also the veto override slip as well. Any opposition?
No.
All right, seeing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Dr. Bond, for performing your medical duties and also navigating the logistics of the government here as well. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
next
Dr.
item.
Bond.
I believe we have a
Thank you
couple
for your
people on the
continued
phone
support,
for 10 a.m. Let's see if we can get it. Councilmember Carbasi, did you have some folks on the line for this item, or did you want to wait till after lunch?
I think there's some folks that are time sensitive. They're,
You want to do it now?
if we can, real quick.
All right,
Thank you.
let's do that. 10 a.m. Pertaining to the 2021. I'm sorry, here, annual action plan for the HUD program. Who's going to present on this from staff from Planning and Development? City Manager.
Jennifer and Karen, you're on.
Speak. You know what? I don't think we're going to have time. I just saw it's 11:55, so let's wait because I know there's a lot of interest on it to speak. Why don't we wait on that, Councilmember Carbasi?
Could we allow people that maybe if they're time sensitive, they can speak now?
Who do you have on there? How many people?
I think there are two.
Two? Let's queue them up and let them have their...
Let me get their names. One should be, and thank you for accommodating that. Renee Ramirez and Bonnie Herr.
Brianna, you show those on there? Let's queue them up.
Bonnie, you are up to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Herr?
Thank you. Dear Mayor and Council President Chavez, member of the Fresno City Council, my name is Bonnie Herr. I'm a resident of Fresno, a family physician and president-elect of the Marjorie Mason Center Board of Directors, where I served since 2015. As a family physician that is both female and from the Hmong community, I'm keenly aware of how normalized DB is within the Hmong culture. I joined the Marjorie Mason Center Board because I knew I could be a stepping stone to help my people know there are resources in our community. With the recent death of Fresno resident True Sydney Vang, this truly rocked me to my core. 6 children, let me repeat that. 6 children are now left parentless, stripped of their childhood and innocence because of domestic violence. I don't want to experience the loss of another mother in my community. This is my community. These are my people, and we must do more. Domestic violence is not only a vicious cycle, but it's a learned behavior. Our youth need to be educated about the aspects of healthy relationships for the cycle to be broken, both now and for our future. Each and every day, I see the negative impact of trauma in the patients and families I serve. Chronic anxiety to the point that their emotional trauma makes them physically ill. I know that a child who scores high on the adverse childhood experiences questionnaire will continue to experience the effects of their trauma unless the cycle is broken. Childhood adversity is a broad term that refers to wide ranges of circumstances or events that pose a serious threat to a child's physical or psychological well-being, domestic violence being one of those adverse events. Research shows that such experiences can have serious consequences, especially when they occur in life, are chronic and or severe or accumulate over time. With this knowledge, we must be proactive and act preventatively. I implore you to think about your mothers, sisters, daughters, nieces. If they ever experience the horrific trauma of domestic violence without the Marjorie Mason Center, where will they go? Who will they turn to? When someone is dealing with an acute health concern, they're referred to a specialist, a physician who's an expert in that particular field. Well, Marjorie Mason Center is the domestic violence specialist in the city of Fresno. So I thank you for your time and willingness to make an impact for the women, the children who need to be and feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Herr. The next speaker that I'm accommodating is Renee Ramirez.
Yes, and she's...
Brianna?
Renee, you're able to speak.
Hi, good morning. Dear Mayor Dyer, Council President Chavez, and member of the Fresno City Council. My name is Renee Ramirez. I'm a resident of Fresno and an emergency medicine physician who works at the trauma center at CRMC, and I've been a member of the Marjorie Mason Center Board of Directors since 2014. A 2018 report from the California Department of Justice noted that among California's 10 largest cities, Fresno here had the highest rate of verified domestic violence call to the police in 2018 per capita. That's per 1,000 residents. A closer look at the statistic reveals that Fresno is more than 3 points higher than the second city on the list, which is Oakland. As an ER physician at the only level 1 trauma center in the Central Valley, I see firsthand the many injuries that come as a result of violence. While we as physicians and medical staff do everything in our power to treat physical injuries of the domestic violence survivors who come through the emergency room doors, the emotional well-being of the patient is equally, if not more, important. The fact that a survivor can be discharged from our hospitals and immediately go into safe shelter at MMC protects the physical and emotional well-being of not only the survivor, but equally of the family and friends in their immediate sphere of influence while they heal from their trauma. At MMC, they receive the services they need for a fresh start. I want to personally thank you and commend you for your decision to provide CARES funding for the Marjorie Mason Center last fall. When the numbers in our community were spiraling out of control, it was such an assurance to know MMC clients were being housed in a way that protected them from exposure, keeping their families and the MMC staff safe. As a member of the Marjorie Mason Center Board, we see every dollar that comes in and out of the agency and how it is spent. I am pleased to say that 81 cents of every dollar goes directly to client programs and services. Equally, I can assure you that time is spent in every meeting discussing financial concerns and sustainability of domestic violence services and how funding gaps will be met. Although you are used to seeing and hearing from Nicole and other MMC staff at the forefront of these conversations, we as board members commit our personal time and resources to help to close those budget shortfalls so that no need goes unmet. We're asking the city not to penalize us for seeking private donations, but rather see the value of the center's decades-long commitment to doing whatever it takes to meet the direct needs of our community as it relates to domestic violence trauma. The blend of public-private partnership is critical to long-term success. For 42 years, the Marjorie Mason Center has worked tirelessly to support domestic violence survivors and their children, but we cannot do it alone. We are asking for the city of Fresno to partner with us to create a housing plan that is sustainable. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. With that, after accommodating those speakers that have been waiting, Councilmember Carbasi, before we go to lunch.
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleagues for allowing those two physicians to speak. That means a lot. Before we go to lunch, I think Brianna's going to cue something up. I am guilty of having done something yesterday that I regret. It was nice to celebrate Councilmember Soria's birthday today. Yesterday, we had another birthday, and that was for our former colleague, Paul Capriolio. And I forgot, and I'm sorry, Paul. So I think we have a little picture, and we're going to put that one up in just one second. I think he's waiting in anticipation if he's still watching. This will be his first year, I think, in 8 years at home for his birthday and not here. So. Oh, well, unfortunately, it won't let us show that. But basically, it's a nice photo of him with the balloons switched around. It says 57. I think that's fake news. But happy birthday, Paul.
He's 75.
I know, but it says 57 on the.
He's ancient.
He's ancient.
So, yeah, happy birthday, Cap. Enjoy your life. You don't need to be here. So with that, we'll adjourn for lunch. We will be back at 1:30.
You have a motion on the floor?
Second.
You have a second? Okay. I believe we started to go out to the public, but I'll entertain some discussion among the council before we finish the public comment.
We're ready to vote. Action plan.
We're on the 10 a.m. Action plan item.
Council Vice President, at this time, I have Nicole Linder that would wish to speak on this item.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and proceed with public comment at this point. Nicole?
Good morning, Mayor Dyer, Council President Chavez, and members of the Fresno City Council. Obviously, Nicole Linder, Executive Director of Marjorie Mason Center and a Fresno resident. Last fiscal year, Marjorie Mason Center provided victim supportive services to 8,500 adults and children, a 13% increase from the previous year. More than 6,100, or 72% of our clients, came from the city of Fresno. Last fall, when COVID cases were quickly escalating, you all made a significant investment of one-time CARES Act funds to provide 357 individuals, a total of more than 11,000 nights of isolation-friendly emergency shelter for families fleeing domestic violence. To date, there has been zero person-to-person spread of COVID-19 within the MMC client or staff population, and that's a huge cause for celebration. Housing, especially with a trauma-informed response, approach is without a doubt expensive, and this year we anticipate it will cost MMC $2 million annually to operate the Fresno Safe House. Although the agency applies for all eligible government grants, we have a consistent gap of $1.5 million per year to fund the 24/7 emergency operations in Fresno. I want to address the questions around private philanthropy. If it wasn't for our tireless efforts to bridge that gap, we would be an agency serving only 25% of those that we currently serve in emergency shelter, equal to our government funding. And I know that you're all committed to equitably serving the community, and hope that not only do you prioritize this needed population, but that your same expectation of public-private partnership is extended to all applications of your support. I'm asking for your support of both ESG and CDBG applications, and a commitment that you'll apply the same intentional approach that you have had for street homelessness and adequately provide emergency shelter for victims of crime, including but not limited to a place at the table when housing solutions are being discussed. We're asking that you invest in and not forget your longtime proven solutions and only create something new. Today, I heard that there's not a resource problem. Marjory Mason is a trusted solution and equipped to provide services. We just need the resources to do so. Domestic violence only rises to a level that a community is willing to accept. Fresno has a history of taking insurmountable challenges and turning them into success stories. It's what got us designated as an all-American city. I'm totally confident that the work will be challenging, but together we can significantly reduce violence in our community and move toward the vibrant, healthy future to which each of you is firmly committed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we have David Aware, who is in the queue.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, council members. My name is David Ware, and I'm the Director of Energy Services for Fresno EOC. We have appreciated the support of the City of Fresno to assist low-income families. And today I'm here and available to answer any questions you may have, regarding our proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. When we come back to the council, some of the members may take you up on that. Appreciate you being available.
Next, we have Courtney.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Courtney.
Hello? Okay, sorry, this is actually under Brandy. I don't know why it said a different name. I
just wanted to comment. I'm grateful for some of the organizations that are part of this, especially FIRM and Boys and Girls Club. I just wanted to ask, as far as success in these things, those in business know, especially like Kabasi would know, being in business, that a successful business implements improvement and changes that it needs to meet as it goes along to meet its mission statement, and that to do so, you absolutely need the feedback of those who are affected by business. That's why we're having a public hearing now. This plan and the work for the city is a business, and its goals are to meet its goal. And its aim is to meet its goal, and it's also people-centered public service. I'm asking that for the programs, you identify ways that will allow your target audience, your clients, to have a voice and be part of the process, including being able to give feedback, being able to share what their experiences and ways that things need to be improved, or any other things that are a concern. The clients of these programs are your clients. They are recipients of a product you are building. They are also your constituents. Of course, I'm focused a lot on those who are in homeless services, and for a lot of them, being vulnerable and being not as attached to things, they don't have as much of a voice. Do they have an effective way to let you know the strengths and weaknesses in a program so you can make informed decisions, one that takes into consideration their situations and limitations? I've seen that you guys have hired people that are supposed to be, and FMCOC has people who, consultants that are doing assessment, and ask that assessment includes going safely, figuring out how to be able to give a safe and perhaps confidential way to give feedback from clients considering their situations. They are a vulnerable group that dealt with abuse and manipulation of trust. I asked for someone who is independent of the organizations to be able to get feedback and for a way for them to be able to voice directly to you guys as their leaders about areas that are strengths and weaknesses and areas that are of concern and consider their limitations. When the Commission for Police Reform reached the community, they managed to reach 6,000 people, and that included the homeless. And they changed their methods from knowing that they would not necessarily access the online thing to send out homeless advocates, like we send out
Brandy,
We're Not Invisible,
can I ask you
go out
to conclude your comments, please?
Yes. I also asked that there would be in the process of doing things like this, that there would be awareness, like marketing, to improve the outreach in general for the public as a whole to be able to have feedback. I noticed that when this particular, the public hearing period for the last month was opened, on the Fresno page, it just mentioned the title of it and that public comment is open. And I ask that you consider ways that people in the community will know why these things are important and market it like you would a business.
Thank you.
So that they would understand. So that
We're going to move to Leticia, who is next in the queue.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. Dear Mayor Dyer, Council President Chavez, and member of the Fresno City Council, my name is Leticia Campos, and I serve as the Deputy Director here at the Marjorie Mason Center, overseeing all of our client service operations. Today at the Marjorie Mason Center, we are currently housing a total of 552 adults and children combined within our emergency shelter, our transitional and rapid rehousing projects. 600 adults additionally are on our domestic violence by name list for permanent housing. As you are aware, domestic violence has no boundaries, and it definitely does not discriminate socioeconomically, culturally, or gender. While most of our clients identify as female, we do provide services to all adults. Demographically, 52% of our clients are Hispanic, 22% Caucasian, 13% Black or African American, and 5% Asian American and Pacific Islander. 82% of our clients report no income of their own, and of the nearly 1,600 clients that do, 65% make less than $15,000 a year. Please hear me when I say we are the only 24/7 dedicated emergency shelter for domestic violence in Fresno. If we are unable to take a client and their children in, they have no place to go. Staying with family or friends puts their loved ones in serious danger, so this too is not an option. Sadly, the 2021 DV-related homicides in the city of Fresno have been mothers with children at home. These children are now left with no mother and a lifetime of trauma. Clients entering MMC services are showing signs of much more severe injuries. Victims are reporting an increase in the availability of weapons in their home, being strangled, and there are more threats to kill the victim and their children and threats of suicide. Quite honestly, today, Marjorie Mason Center is already above capacity. If we were a business that worked Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 and sold trinkets, it'd be easy to close our doors and simply say our funding is capped and we're full. It's not so easy to do so when a family with children who has experienced horrific circumstances has nowhere else to go, especially when they end up at your door at 2 a.m. in the morning. Although we've reached our threshold, we have a strong moral obligation and personal conviction to do our best to house any client with severe injury and/or safety concerns. I have the tremendous honor to get to personally know our clients, their stories, but I also get to know their fear, their pain, and their feelings of hopelessness. No one should ever feel safe in their home, especially not their children. I'll leave you with this. Imagine responding to a victim who has nowhere to go, fearful for their life and their children's life, and discloses to you that the way in which they and their children have and continue to be abused is by being deprived of food, provided with an unrealistic allowance of $10 a month to purchase their bare necessities, and at the very thought of leaving, they changed their mind because their abusive partner reminded them the night before while holding a gun to their head that if they leave, they will kill them. They are now in front of you, vulnerable, traumatized, and in need of safety. While chronically homeless service providers assess for the likelihood of someone perishing on the streets through a vulnerability index service prioritization tool, we at Marjorie Mason Center are assessing for the risk of someone dying in their own home. On behalf of our clients and team, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Leticia, and thank you for being timely. Next, we have Robert.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you. As the annual action plan states, the city has received $12.6 million annual entitlement federal funds for 2021 to provide decent, affordable housing, create suitable living environments, and expand economic opportunities. In addition to these funds, the city has recently completed planning for the expenditure of over $38 million in emergency funding issued in 2019, and has not yet issued a required report on this funding. In 2008, the city issued a 10-year plan in homelessness, embracing a housing-first approach that is yet to be fully implemented. Millions of dollars going into the current system of shelters, temporary housing, law enforcement, and code enforcement that perpetuate the cycle of chronic homelessness for some. Obviously, the city needs to continue to fund vital and necessary services like those provided by the Marjorie Mason Center, while also embracing a different, more cost-effective long-term solution with a more humane housing solution for the homeless. The voice of the unhoused community must be represented at every step, and immediate needs must be met first. We know that the main causes of homelessness are the lack of affordable housing, health problems like substance abuse and mental illness, unemployment, poverty, low wages, and domestic abuse. The chronically unhoused population, by most estimates, varies from 10 to 25% of the unhoused community. A small percentage of unhoused people are using expensive emergency room and acute care services. They are constantly being arrested for petty and other crimes. The chronically unhoused are circulated through jails and prisons at an enormous cost. With effective long-term solutions, these costs can be dramatically reduced. A housing-first approach should be put into place. In a housing-first model, needed services are provided off-site by community-based social service organizations, and tenants are supported with job training, counseling, and other supportive programs. Where implemented, this approach has had great success. It's a shift from the past, where individuals have to go through a number of transitional steps to qualify for permanent housing. This housing first model represents an opportunity to transform the homeless, health, and criminal justice system and to increase housing stability, reduce emergency health care use, and reduce recidivism to jail. It will break the cycle of multiple crisis service use, resulting in public cost offsets. The current census data show that the housing vacancy rate in Fresno has fallen from 6.9% in 2019 to less than 1% in 2020. Obviously, without enough available housing, the homeless crisis will only worsen unless more creative solutions are implemented. A first look at funding sources and recipients show a few providers receiving funds to provide temporary
Robert, can you go ahead and conclude your comments?
Sure. Yeah, great work is being performed by staff and volunteers. We got to keep providing these services. However, with all the additional funding, more can be accomplished, and we hope that the city's efforts are heading towards a more permanent housing model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carla.
Hi, good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I'm Carla Martinez, a policy advocate with Leadership Council. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments for the annual action plan. First off, we'd like to acknowledge the projects that are included, such as infrastructure and street improvements to schools and neighborhoods in West and Southeast Fresno. Let's continue to invest in these existing communities and into more programs that will help uplift residents economically and socially. Secondly, I'd like to highlight that some of the programs, such as the home repair, fair housing, and senior paint programs should be properly advertised and easy to access once they are available, whether it be through flyering, phone calls, or social media posts, or working closely with CBOs, schools, or churches to help get the word out. Residents have continually asked us about programs such as these and have found it hard to find the appropriate information and application for these resources. As always, we are happy to help with outreach to help residents access these important programs. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Carla. At this point, I do not see any further hands raised. I'm going to close public comments and bring it back to the council. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions before we vote?
Council, if I may, I just want to say thank you to staff for putting this together on top of the regular CARES Act and the regular budget process, and to pull this together at the same time. It takes a lot of work, so thank you to our planning department, Jennifer Clark and her team, and our legal counsel and the city manager's office for putting this together. I do want to point out that I know there's a lot of requests, and we sometimes cannot meet all the requests. As an example, this proposal today, 6 organizations received less than they requested. 3 of them didn't receive any dollars. It is limited from this pot of money, but we do encourage all the organizations who need more resources to take us up on our offer that we worked out with the administration to respond to the request for proposals when we put it out for the American Rescue Fund. And I would also encourage the same individuals to submit a request to the County of Fresno because they received an equal amount of money. And as you know, domestic violence in Fresno residents are also county residents. Residents in Fresno that are homeless are also county residents in Fresno County. And it's important that, you know, the organizations know that there's 2 organizations that have resources available, both the city and the County of Fresno, as they try and close the financing gap that we know we have a lot more needs than our limited resources at this point. But with that, I'll just ask for a vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Just wanted to express my support. I know that we have worked tirelessly with our planning director and staff and the administration on bringing this action plan together. And you know, unfortunately, with this pot of funding, as mentioned by Councilmember Arias, it's limited. But we are trying to do the best that we can to kind of spread the love. I hear, you know, the concerns or, you know, the comments made by Marjorie Mason Center folks. I also, you know, aside from the Marjorie Mason Center, I know that the mayor, as well as myself, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues have gone approached by other groups that are trying to start also similar programs that are culturally, you know, appropriate for like the Sikh community, for the Hmong people here in Fresno. And I think that we need to look at how we support these, you know, startup organizations that want to provide shelter services and services that are tailored to these specific communities, because we've heard directly, especially from the Sikh women, of some of the challenges and barriers just culturally, linguistically. And so I'm hopeful. I am proud that every year we have actually been able to, at least since I've been, you know, the last few years, been able to support the Marjorie Mason Center. I'd like to see other groups as well and get funded. And I'd like us to be able to look at the American Rescue money as a potential resources to continue to support and help organizations like Marjorie Mason Center, but as well other organizations that are trying to get off the ground to provide these critical services. I think that more than ever, COVID showed us during this pandemic when people were locked in, you know, at home or stuck at home, that we did see an increase in these types of cases. And we need to make sure that families and children in particular have safe places to go and remove themselves from any violence, regardless of, you know, who they are, and that they're receiving those services that are appropriately culturally for them. So I'm proud of the work. I know that, you know, some folks didn't get funded, and I feel bad, but I'm hoping that in this next cycle, and I know that there's additional dollars that we did receive, federal dollars, additional CDBG funding that we will be also looking at allocating, that's where we can, you know, get other folks, and, you know, if there's additional resources needed, where the requests can come in, and we can do that. But at the moment, I think that we've done what we can, and we will continue to look at what are those needs and be able to provide folks resources as we go forward with a plan on the American Rescue money, and then also on the additional relief CDBG dollars that we did receive. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments that were made. I think we all have a different perspective. It's true we have limited funds, but the problem of domestic violence and child abuse, unfortunately, is ongoing. And it was happening before I was on this council, but I'm here now, and I want to ensure that we don't get ahead of ourselves. There's only one organization that is staffed 24 hours a day. So if it's 2 in the morning and you call 911 and officers come out, there's one organization, and I've spoken to beat officers about this, that they call, and that's the Marjorie Mason Center. And I understand it's very important. I come from a multicultural background, that we have to be culturally sensitive. We just had a mother, an Hmong family killed, and her children were without a mom. But I also encourage more interaction with Marjorie Mason Center because our East Asian community has actually reached out to them, and they're working on specifically meeting the needs of that particular community because there are cultural issues. Domestic violence is different. I mean, you're still a victim, but there are different cultural sensitivities, and I understand that. But we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I would encourage other organizations to come out, but that doesn't mean that, in my opinion, we should talk about supporting this great organization, but not follow through. And I understand for this limited money, but as we move forward, I'm gonna come forward with some proposals so we can actually be serious about really making sure that when we have overflow, when they have overflow, I don't ever want a situation where a mom or someone calls and says, hey, I need help. And they're going to do everything they can to fill up space. They never want to turn someone away, but that could happen. And I don't want that to happen. And I appreciate the comments. We love the Marjorie Mason Center, but money talks more than anything. So what I want to add, one more thing, in light of, we had a death in Southeast, unfortunately, with a young boy who was killed. And that's just clearly child abuse and neglect, and it's just disgusting. But I want to just remind, in case you know someone or you are a victim, there's a hotline you can call 24 hours a day, and that's 233-HELP. That's 559-233-4357. And because of the pandemic, if you can't call and need to email, you can also email crt@mmcenter.org, crt@mmcenter.org. And again, I really genuinely believe that this entire council is very concerned about domestic violence. But we also have a great organization to deal with that. And we can work with them to ensure that we have the sensitivity necessary because they're the experts. We're just politicians. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, Council Vice President. I served on the Marjorie Mason Center board for about 10 years. And, obviously, with my background in law enforcement, there is a significant need out there for housing, emergency shelter for folks that are trying to get out of that domestic violence relationship. And so there is a tremendous need there. And currently, we really only have one pathway, and that is the Marjorie Mason Center. And oftentimes they are at capacity. So it is important that we increase their capacity. And I think it's also important that we are culturally sensitive to make sure that there is a coordinated effort and opportunities for other folks who have a desire to serve that population. And as Councilmember Soria said, we are really receiving proposals that we will be bringing forth through the American Rescue Plan. And there's a lot of pathways to homelessness. But one of the fastest growing pathways comes from domestic violence victims and their family into the homeless population out on our streets. And so it is important that we not only strongly consider the use of those American Rescue Plan dollars, but we also coordinate the efforts of some of these groups out there that are trying to make an impact. So we'll be taking a very, very strong look at that in order to reduce homelessness in our city.
Mayor, if I may make one suggestion, as you guys engage in that process, it would be really great to see how these organizations are leveraging county dollars. And, I'd love to expand Marjorie Mason Center's capacity in partnership with the county, because the county is the primary organization for social services of this type. And, as Mike indicated, today, the city of Fresno has been fully funding the organization. I know there's broader needs for all of us, but from all the organizations that submit for requests, I'd like to see what other funds are leveraging so that when our money runs out, because it will run out, the rescue funds are only one time in nature, there's some idea of how folks are trying to figure out the sustainability of their programming in years forward. So thank you with that.
Thank you.
All I wanted to add also, as we think about housing and the future of the Housing Trust Fund that we've, been in the process of creating, at least since my first year on this council, I think that when we look at, what kinds of housing programs, housing developments that we're going to support through this Housing Trust Fund, and as we're trying to leverage dollars from outside, majority state dollars, because that's what there is, that we're thinking about domestic violence as a component of it, so that we also have a long-term funding source and aren't just reliant on CDBG, because we know that it is competitive and there are limited funds. So as we're thinking, because we know that it is a path to homelessness if we don't address the prevention of it, then we should incorporate it into kind of what is our housing plan in the city of Fresno. And as we develop those sources through the Housing Trust Fund, I can see that being a small component of continuous funding. So.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, just one last point. I forgot to mention, and I know I do that a lot, that, you know, we always talk about like different forms of homelessness, obviously economic issues, mental health issues, family issues. Domestic violence, though, is very unique because part of the power an abuser has over you is they control the lease or they control your income. And when you make that call, just like that, you're homeless and you've got a family. So I think it's important for our community to consider that domestic violence is a form of homelessness, and we should not only recognize that, but also in policy. So I hope we do that moving forward.
Council Vice President, can I just say one last word? I know we've just spent time focusing on the services that we don't have money to fully fund, but I do want to take a moment to celebrate the fact that we are finally funding a lot of stuff that's been, you know, requested for years. In this proposal includes safe routes to schools for multiple schools. The kids will finally get sidewalks as they walk to school. We're also repaving streets that haven't been paved in 50 years. We're also helping people with their roof repairs and their home repairs. We're funding new housing projects. We're funding several organizations, both that serve the youth and domestic violence victims. So it is a $12 million investment in a lot of areas that have been needed greatly. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel, at least when it comes to these funds, because we are going to help thousands of people based on this action.
All right. Well,
Mr. Vice President, I'm sorry, one last point. You know, the Safe Routes to Schools was my bill. Believe me, that's very personal to me. But I'm more concerned about a kid getting beaten at their home and not getting help than how they're walking to school. We lost a child last week in this community. That's a big issue. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm passionate. I want to see more resources go to the biggest problem that we have when it comes to abuse. So I'm willing to sacrifice that for this, but I guess it's already done, so we'll just move forward.
Yeah, so I think this conversation encompasses what we have to do on a daily basis as legislators, and that's making these very tough decisions. You know, I am very appreciative of the work the CDBG subcommittee has done in tandem with the administration and making these very tough recommendations that have been put forth today. Like any city resource, you know, you could argue that there's never going to be enough, and that's where our partners like the county come in, right, in order to support these services that benefit our residents here in Fresno and Fresno County at large. And so with that, we will go ahead and call for a vote. Clerk?
And Councilmember, before we go there, I just want to clarify for the public, we did not pick fixing streets or sidewalks over victims of domestic violence. This program limits our ability to spend so much money on public services. We have spent the full maximum allowed under CDBG on public services. CDBG does require us to spend most of the money in housing and infrastructure. So I just want to be clear. We're making the maximum investment we can under this funding category as outlined by the feds.
Vote, please. Actually, we can just do a by consensus. Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion carries 6-0. Council President Chavez recused and absent. We'll go ahead and get him back into the room. We'll give him a second to hustle back.
Council Vice President, while we're here, can we just transition to the successor agency? You and I are the chair and the vice chair. We have one item that we skipped.
Sure. We'll move on over to the redevelopment item. That is, let me come back up to the agenda. 1CC?
Yes.
1CC.
And I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And just for the public's benefit, this simply is a development that was built in 2006 using approximately $500,000 of redevelopment agency funds for housing and $500,000 from home funds for housing. The development is refinancing their debt as everybody else is, given the historic low interest rates. As part of that refinancing, they will pay back the full $1 million back to the city. The affordable covenants will remain for 55 years, so we will keep affordable properties. But I do want to thank Marlene, because as part of this refinance, Marlene made sure that the property owner reinvested some of the money back into the property. So as part of this agreement, requires that the owner make improvements to the exterior, the fencing, so that this property doesn't get into slumlord conditions in future years. So this will result in $1 million back to the city of Fresno, specifically for affordable housing, once the refinancing is complete by the developer.
All right. Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none. We heard the public comment on this item previously, earlier in the morning. Motion carries. Council President, turn it right back over to you.
Did you need to go out to the public for this item, or we don't need to go out to the public?
Per the city attorney, per the
Okay.
city attorney, we did take in public comment on this earlier in the morning.
All right, let's move on to 10:05, number 1, which is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory, CFD number 11. I believe this is in District 4. Councilmember Maxwell?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Soria. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this? Nobody on the queue, Brianna? Nobody? All right, I'll bring it back. Motion made, second. Any opposition? Motion carries. 10:05, number 2, another hearing to adopt resolutions for CFD number 11. This one is in my district. I will make a motion.
Second.
Made by myself, seconded by Councilman Soria. Anybody to speak from the public? Nobody? I'll bring it back. Any opposition? All right, motion carries. Last item, I believe it's item 3A, approve the mayor's appointments to the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission established by Measure P. Mayor's office, city manager's office. Who's going to speak on that? Mayor?
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I wanted to take an opportunity to talk a little bit about the Parks Commission in terms of the appointees, the process, et cetera, and then give a brief bio sketch, if I might, on each of the candidates or the applicants that are being appointed or that before you. The Measure P language specifically spelled out the purpose of the Parks Commission, the number of candidates or participants, as well as the process for selection, and various categories and types of neighborhoods that the Parks Commissioners must come from. And my staff and I received recommendations for members from the Measure P Council Subcommittee. There were 14 names that were provided to us for consideration. These names were vetted by the Council Subcommittee, and then there were also other folks that had applied to either my office or to individual council members. And then 14 names were provided to me by the Council Subcommittee. There was also a survey completed, as I understand it, from the Measure P group that actually initiated the Measure P initiative, and part of those names were also considered as well. I also try to be very, very cognizant of the fact that we wanted to have a representation from the various council districts, and so as you will see, of the 9 folks that are being recommended, one of them, at least one of them, comes from each of the council districts. And I also want to take an opportunity to apologize in advance that I know there were a couple council members that may not have been included in this process, and I'll take responsibility for that. Although we did try to make sure that there were folks from each of the council districts. And so with that, I did want to just briefly, if I may, read some of the folks that are being brought before you today for approval, final approval. And the first one is from District 3, Councilmember Arias' district. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. He satisfied the various categories of arts, parks, and youth. And it is Mr. John Dolan, who previously held managerial positions in the Bronx Zoo, New York City Aquarium, and other New York City parks. Although he has only been in Fresno for the last 2 months, he's very experienced in the areas of community parks, open space management, youth programs, and cultural programs. He's passionate that the parks are the people's parks and believes all parks should be accessible, even if transportation has to be provided to the park. He currently serves on the board of directors of Storyland, Playland. In his current position, he's required to review the use of and application of Measure Z monies and has a good grasp of the issues presented to a commission which has a responsibility of oversight of taxpayer dollars. Secondly is Mayur Vang, who comes from District 4, Councilmember Maxwell's district, fills the categories of arts and youth. Ms. Vang is very active in the preservation of Laotian culture and Laotian arts. In her current employment at Fresno Unified School District, she oversees the cultural diversity programs and has interest in ensuring all cultures are represented in arts and cultural programming. She's very involved in community activities and believes parks are community meeting places and need to be nurtured. Her experience and passion is in cultural arts and establishing programming that meets the needs of the youth and that preserves cultures and cultural arts. Third is Dr. Francine Apuda from District 7, Councilmember Esparza's district, represents the arts and youth category. Dr. Apuda has been a Fresno resident for 42 years and just retired from California State University, Fresno. She remembers using neighborhood parks in her youth, and her vision is to close the gap of the concept of the Tale of Two Cities within Fresno. She believes in equality and equity, which includes equal access to recreational activities and programs, arts, and cultural opportunities for all Fresno citizens. Her passions and experience are in youth development, youth programs, and arts cultural programming. She strongly believes in maintaining the city's existing parks and upgrading the older city parks. She personally has used her own home as a quasi-park for the neighborhood children, as she has the only pool in the neighborhood during what she calls Fun Fridays. Kimberly McCoy is from District 7, also Councilmember Esparza's district. She fulfills categories of parks and youth. Ms. McCoy is a lifelong resident of Southwest Fresno. She is a grassroots community organizer who worked on the Measure P initiative and provided community input for the Parks Master Plan. She has extensive experience working on issues affecting Fresno parks, including the BMX Park, Romaine Park, Mariella Brown, and Camp Pashayan. Her experience is in the areas of community parks and youth recreational programs. She is also a member of Building Healthy Communities. Scott Miller from District 1, Councilmember Soria's district. He is the owner of Gazebo Gardens and was recommended by a number of organizations, actually. His categories fulfill parks and youth. Mr. Miller is the owner of Gazebo Gardens and chair of Storyland. He has a passion for community green space and equal access to green space. He has turned Gazebo Gardens into the neighborhood park and allows free access to everyone. He has a passion for youth, including youth development and programs. His areas of expertise include maintenance of community parks and green space, irrigation, plant species, and recreational programs. In his community work, he has had interaction with the San Joaquin Parkway Board and is aware of their mission and work on the preservation of the river. Mona Niandoro Cummings, who is from District 6, Councilmember Bredefield's district. She is currently the Executive Director of Tree Fresno, satisfies the categories of parks, trails, and youth. Ms. Cummings is the Executive Director of Tree Fresno. Her varied experiences utilize her biology degree and include working in forestry, working for environmental causes and educational opportunities for youth in Zimbabwe, and working for Fresno Farm Grown. She currently works for Tree Fresno and has worked with the San Joaquin Parkway in that capacity. She is passionate that community parks should meet community needs with equal access for all citizens. She has expertise in community parks, green space trails, and the development of the San Joaquin River Parkway. The next recommendation is Harman Singh from District 2, Councilmember Carbasi's district. Mr. Singh represents arts, parks, and youth. Mr. Singh is a current UCLA graduate. That's probably why Mr. Esparza recommended him, and is working in the rental assistance program. Mr. Singh has been arrested in the Measure P initiative since 2018. He participated in youth programs in the Fresno parks as a youth and has a passion to develop youth programs in the parks. He's a member of the Jakara movement that strives to preserve cultural programs that represent the diverse cultures in Fresno. Mr. Singh has passion for and would represent the youth viewpoint in the areas of youth development and recreational programming. Next is from District 5, Council President Luis Chavez's district. Mr. Barraza is currently the head of the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. He previously worked for the County of Fresno and provided oversight for the budgets for county departments, including Public Works and Parks. He has extensive experience in developing capital projects and calculating operating expenses for county projects. Mr. Barraza has a passion for youth development and youth programs, including aligning participation in sports and with excellence in schools. Mr. Barraza was involved in the development of the City Parks Master Plan and has a strong belief that parks should be accessible to all citizens and the program should include everyone. While involved in the development of the Parks Master Plan, Mr. Barraza partnered with the Fresno Arts Center to ensure the plan included and represented the diverse cultures in Fresno. Mr. Barraza currently satisfies the category of parks and youth. And then last is also from District 6, Councilmember Bredefield's district. It is Sarah Parks, who satisfies the categories of parks and trails. Sarah has been employed by the San Joaquin River Parkway Trust for the past 15 years. She's a lifelong Fresno resident who spent much of her youth walking to and enjoying Cary Park. She worked with the Measure P focus group to form the parameters of the ordinance and on signature gathering for the Measure P initiative. Her vision for the city's park includes creating usable green space and creating a mosaic of trails that link together all of the city parks. In her work at the Parkway, she developed youth summer programs and designed the learning materials for the programs. She's passionate about creating an operations and maintenance plan for the city's existing parks, ensuring the use of Measure P dollars complies with provisions of the ordinance, and that these decisions are communicated in a transparent manner to the community. Her expertise in trail development, youth programming, and the San Joaquin River Parkway Trust. And there you have the 9 recommended appointees to the Parks Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll bring it back up to the dais. Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Bredefield, and then Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are some great people that we know, great names, and a lot of people that volunteer in this community. I'm a little bit concerned about the process. I just wanted to ask, and I really appreciate your buck stops here attitude with taking responsibility. However, you know, council members, we are elected to, and we have a responsibility to be forthright. And you received a list of names that your staff used to vet candidates, correct? So, Mayor, what concerns me about that process, and this is why I don't think the blame is deserved to be with you, is no one consulted me to get some names from my district. I'm glad of the person we have in District 2, because that young man is very passionate, and he comes highly recommended. But it kind of poisoned the well because we had no chance to recommend. Look, a lot of people are concerned about how much money we're talking about here. Now, we have the CEO of the zoo, and I'm sure he knows how to handle a budget. But I would have recommended additional names to at least have a say, a chance in this process. So what I'd like, now that we have this list, and we've done this before, I'd like to delay this till the next meeting so I at least can reach out to some of these folks before I cast a vote. I think it's just common courtesy since I was excluded from the entire process. I don't know if any other of my colleagues have this concern too. But we can't claim to be open and transparent if we're hiding things from each other.
Council President, can I chime in just
Yeah, go ahead.
30
Sorry.
seconds? And I understand, the concerns that Councilmember Carbasi, I think there was a few of us that gave, well, 3 of us that worked together on a list that did give a list to the mayor. We can't talk to anyone else because of the Brown Act, but we've all known that Measure P was coming forward. This council actually took, I don't know how many votes, if the city attorney or the clerk can tell us, to actually move forward to collect the money. 2 of our colleagues have consistently voted no on it. So we've known that this was going to happen, that the mayor was going to appoint commissioners. No one on this council was banned from approaching the mayor and the administration and telling him, hey, I know you have the duty of creating the commission. These are some people that I may have an interest in appointing. I think that we all have the ability to do that any given day for any type of appointment. I think I've done it on several other types of appointments. I'm not waiting for him to come and ask me. So I understand the concerns. I will say from my perspective on the council and as one of the council members that has been engaged on this issue from the very get-go, I was interested in making sure that there was good people appointed. I don't know if I necessarily would have appointed all those individuals, but I think it's a good mix of folks. I think it's pretty representative. I didn't recommend all those people. I recommended a few of those people that are on the list. So, but I do want to say, at least from my perspective, that's, what we did. The couple of us that we could speak, because again, we're barred by the Brown Act. So again, any of us at any given day could have called the mayor, the administration, the staff, and told them, hey, this is coming up, consider other folks. So, and this process has been ongoing. I think we've voted every other week on something related to Measure P to authorize the collection of the dollars. So it's not like it's all of a sudden and it's been a secret. It's been out in the open. People from the community emailed us, I think emailed many of us, a list of folks that were interested in serving, that were involved with Measure P and the initiative. So I don't think that, at least to me, it doesn't seem like something just kind of very new and that we didn't know about. So
Can I set the record?
That's just
Right.
my 2 cents on this. So
That was in 30 seconds, but it's
Sorry.
your birthday.
That was a
Councilman.
Carbasi 30 seconds. Let me provide a little bit more insight. So there was a memo that we received. We get tray memos from the administration often. That tray memo stated that the mayor's office was going to work with the council members to make selections. And we have this ridiculous committee system that isn't as transparent. I'm sorry, that's just my personal opinion. And the committee, it seems like they made the mayor believe that these recommendations, even though they're mayoral appointments, that they represented the will of the council. And by the way, city attorney, are those committees subject to the Brown Act? We are as individuals, but the committees themselves.
Well, first of all, everybody is subject to the Brown Act.
Correct.
In the sense that no more than 3 people can meet on a subject. This particular committee, I think, was ad hoc, short-term, and was not subject to the Brown Act.
Okay. So, which isn't as open, I understand. So this is the dilemma I have. And the point was made, yes, my district voted against Measure P. I am a representative of my district. I'm not a dictator. I voted against it because my district did, and I stand by that. But I want this to succeed. However, if we're not transparent and inclusive, and we're talking about being transparent and inclusive, it really doesn't hold water. I've asked for a delay so I can have a chance to interview some of these folks. And yes, it was sudden because the understanding was mayor would work with us. Mayor was led to believe these recommendations were from the entire council. They were not. Had that been before I received the list that these are the people that have already been contacted, I mean, I think it's terrible to put the folks in that position. So we have a lot more work to do to be more transparent, and we can preach it all we want, but we have to practice it as a council.
Thank you, Councilmember Karbasi. Councilmember Maxwell?
Thank you, Council President. Mayor, I think better outreach is probably something everybody could always do a better job at in this building, but I do want to thank you. You took the recommendation seriously. We did not recommend these lightly. We spent hours vetting. I'm pretty sure almost or close to everybody that we recommended was somebody that had come through formally through the application process, or somebody had recommended them, and that was viewable to all council members since that document was made public. We had good representation. We had, a council member that represents part of North Fresno, Central Fresno, and South Fresno. Spent hours deliberating on the merits of these folks. So I wanted to commend you and thank you for, taking this recommendation seriously. I don't think me or my colleagues ever made the notion that this was anything other than a Parks Subcommittee recommendation. I think we all know who's on the Parks Subcommittee. It's Councilmember Soria, Arias, and myself. That's who the recommendation was from. So I just wanted to make that part clear.
I think Councilmember Arias and then Councilmember Bradfield.
Thank you. I just want to address a couple of points. There's things that are the mayor's fault, and there's things that is council's fault. And so I want to be very clear about that. Just to rewind for the council, at the beginning of the year, this council approved all the committees. We had a full discussion, 2 discussions on this dais about the committees and their roles. We made offers to individuals to serve on those committees. Some chose to serve on certain committees, others chose not to. The work of the committees is to do additional meetings and work and provide advice and recommendation to the administration, with the understanding that everything is a recommendation until the full body has a discussion and takes a vote. Secondly, to Member Karbasi's point, when we've asked for items to be delayed, like we did today, Member Karbasi has suggested, you've had plenty of time to talk to staff. Let's vote on the item and don't take it off the agenda. The commission, the forming the commission, has been crystal clear since this item was on the ballot before the voters. Every time we've discussed Measure P, we've known that we have to make an appointment. The community took it upon themselves to initiate their own process to identify names and make recommendations to the administration and to the council. The council committee took it upon itself to interview candidates who submitted names. I interviewed a dozen candidates from my district alone. Half-an-hour interviews on every single candidate prior to sitting down with the administration and making my own recommendations based on everyone who had submitted their interest, including asking people to serve who had not submitted an interest, like the CEO of the zoo, given their expertise and their capacity. And even though my 2 colleagues voted against Measure P, have voted against it moving forward, yet a third of the commissioners are from their respective districts. Because we're not taking any of this personal or in any way trying to punish a constituency or residents who are going to be sales tax payers into this Measure P. So we've done our best to make recommendations. We've done our best to interview candidates weeks ago, knowing that this action was going to be before us. And we've done it openly, thoughtfully, and it, quite frankly, is not my job to tell a council member what their job is to do and to encourage them to reach out to the administration. We all have a ton of work ahead of us, and to the mayor's credit, he sat with us, he agreed with us, he disagreed with us. He knows that ultimately it's his recommendation, and this body as a whole will vote up or down. And I want to give him credit for hearing us. His job isn't to listen to us. Ultimately, he'll make whatever recommendation he wants, and this body will deliberate publicly and openly with no suggestions of wrongdoing. If you guys want to be part, if any member wants to be part of the discussions on CDBG, sign up for the committee. On Measure P, sign up for the committee. On the budget process, sign up for the budget committee. There's plenty of work here. None of us are trying to, in any way, own all the work. I am happy to give my memberships in any committees if you want to sit down and spend hours and hours every week on the homeless matter. Member Butterfield knows it's a lot of work. So does Member Soria. This isn't a cakewalk for anyone. I just don't want folks to suggest that committees that were publicly and transparently appointed by this body are somehow engaging in wrongdoing because we're doing our job by making recommendations and meeting with the administration on items that they bring before the council for all of us to debate publicly and to ultimately vote on. So that's all. Thank you.
I was mentioned, Mr. President. Can I have Carbasi 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Let's set the record straight. Oftentimes after my colleague talks, I have to do that. First of all, the recycling contract this morning, I was concerned, not that it was pulled, but it was done indefinitely. And there's a bit of a time-sensitive issue. The council president said, we'll bring it back in May. Okay, no problem. I'm a team player. I get it. And I can be very reasonable about that. But what I don't like is when we say, you ask us to postpone a qualified candidate for the Planning Commission without any really good reason because you didn't have time to meet with her. You felt it was a surprise. Fine. We said, okay, you guys want to delay it? We're okay with that. Yet when we ask the same thing because you disagree on how we vote on an issue because we're representing our districts, that's a problem. You can't claim that this was a public and open process. Yes, we did vote on those committees, but those committee proceedings weren't public. They weren't open. And according to what the mayor's memo stated, every council member was supposed to have a chance to submit names. That didn't happen. That tainted the process. And I'm not willing to blame the mayor for this. I know my colleague is, but that's what I really got from all that. I'm not willing to do that because the bottom line is this hasn't been open because in the end we're moving forward with a list that from the very start only included the recommendations of a subcommittee. And I don't think that's okay. I think there are some great people on that list, but there's a process, a democratic process. It doesn't matter if you're a councilman for District 2 or District 3 or District whatever. Every one of us is elected. Every one of us should have an equal voice on here, and we shouldn't be playing games and keeping information from one another just because we disagree with a person's political positions or positions on an issue. I'm sorry, but that's just how it looks. How convenient that myself and Councilmember Redefeld are the two people that weren't included. It taints the process. I'm going to ask one follow-up question. Mr. Mayor, would you clarify with me, because I don't like the fact that you're getting blamed for this. So they're claiming that it was strictly from the committee, but I know that if that was the case, you certainly wouldn't have not reached out to the rest of us. So can I get some clarification there on that?
Well, I can tell you in the meeting that I had, I knew I was meeting with my staff and I were meeting with the council subcommittee. I guess what was misunderstood was that I figured there would be input from all the council because each district was represented in there in the recommendations with the exception of one. And that was Council District 5, which was Council President Chavez. There was no representation. And so at that time, I followed up with Councilmember Chavez to make sure that he had an opportunity to get his district represented. And he recommended two candidates to me. And so one of those was selected. And I also want to add that my staff, Assistant City Manager Francine Kane, Deputy Mayor Matthew Grundy, and Deputy Chief of Staff Chris Montalongo interviewed all of the folks that are being recommended today just to make absolutely certain they were the right people. So again, if I don't know that there was an intent to exclude, at least on my end, it was just a simple fact that there may be a misunderstanding that I thought that these were from all the council. Whether that was represented to me or not, I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you I just assumed it was from the council body.
I like that word, misunderstanding. I think that's very polite, and you are a gentleman, and I think that the fact that you reached out to council president when you realized there wasn't representation there shows that your initiative. And had you known that a couple of us weren't included, I'm sure you would have reached out to us. So you use the word misunderstanding. I use the word just lack of caring. And the fact of the matter is that the process is tainted. The list was submitted with only so many council members having input. So I just asked for a delay the same way my colleagues have asked for a delay. But I doubt that's going to happen. One second, I'm sorry. I doubt that's going to happen because a lot of things are predetermined here. Thank you.
If I may add, just in terms of my involvement, just for the record, there really was none. My understanding was that the committee would put forward some names, so I let the process kind of fly, knowing that I could contact the mayor if needed. The only discussions the mayor and I have had around this committee We're in passing, eating tacos or something very briefly, right? But nothing formal, no formal outreach proactively on his end or really on my end. If I can tell you, I mean, that's not how I approach every single issue. If I feel that my voice or representation may be missing, I may have more proactively reached out to you. But I think I like the way it shook out. I'm very happy with this list. Hard to call it perfect, and nothing that we do here at City Hall is ever really perfect. But I think we've got a good group.
Council, if I could just add some food for thought just right before you go, Councilmember Bredefeld. I just want to remind my colleagues that this body will present recommendations to the City Council. At the end of the day, you as a policymaker will get to vote on ultimately to approve or not approve these recommendations. I just want to put that on the table so that the public understands, so that we understand that this isn't the all, end all to be all. There's still a lot of conversation that needs to happen. But I'm seeing various different points and I actually agree with everybody.
Mr. President, these people have already been contacted and told they're on the commission. I would feel terrible for these are a lot of public servants. Tell them, oh, I'm sorry, you can't be on there because we didn't do our job and be transparent here. So that's the dilemma. I don't really know what choice we have at this point. That's the dilemma I have. Thank you.
Do you have any other input? Does anybody want to make a motion? Does anybody want to?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bredefeld.
You left me out again.
I'm that button.
I'll second after.
Left me out again. No, listen, I think there's some sensitivities about these committees because I think the committees, as I said earlier this morning, are problematic. And they are problematic for a variety of reasons, and we saw it last year. And we're going to have a discussion about these committees because I don't think they're helpful in some instances. In other instances, I think committees make perfect sense. But there's a lot of important work and issues that are impacted by the committees that we have. And some of these committees obviously are tremendously important. Others are not as important. But I think there's a sensitivity that not everybody in the past has been included with work that was done in subcommittees. And I think this is another representation of that, be it right, be it wrong, that's what's going on. And Councilmember Carbasi is asking for a delay. I don't know if are you asking for till the next meeting so you can talk to the people represented in your district or what?
This is all predetermined, Gary. This is a fat chance. I'm asking for a delay, just the same way they've asked for delays before, till the next meeting, so I can meet with some of these folks. But I think we're wishing for a lot here.
Well, I mean, I think that's a reasonable request.
I mean, it'd be a week, right? We could bring it back on Wednesday.
Well, a week or two. We're not meeting.
Is it time sensitive to have that?
I don't believe it is.
June 30th.
Yeah, so we are currently in the process of putting the consultant team together that would work with the group. That contract will come to you the second meeting in May because we would want to get the board seated and then start the work of refreshing the master plan, going through the programming and services. So we're ready for them to get started probably that first week in June. But so I think I think the timing could work if you guys wanted to have a discussion with the candidates.
Yeah,
an extra week.
Jared?
I'm open as long as I don't have to read those bios again.
So I would request that we do a delay for 2 weeks till our next council meeting. Allow us to talk to any candidates or other candidates as well, and then I think we could all move forward. Again, I in this instance, I understand the sensitivity. I have the sensitivity towards these committees for the reasons I outlined earlier this morning, and so I would request that we just put this off for 2 weeks. Let council members talk to anybody that they want to talk to who've been appointed by the mayor. And I think that many of the people on there, if not all of the people, obviously bring tremendous credentials, and I understand that. For me, I also would like to make sure that there's a solid representation of business and fiscally sensitive folks and have that kind of experience and background, as we're dealing with $37 million a year for 30 years. And that's an interest for me. So,
Councilmember Bredefeld, just as the kind of keeper of the calendar, so it would essentially be for next week because we don't meet till May 13th after that.
Are we going to meet next week?
So we're meeting next week on Wednesday.
On Wednesday. Okay, perfect. That's fine. Let's bring it back.
Is the
if that's
council
okay next
agreeable
week.
to that?
My motion still stands on the floor.
There's a motion to approve the item as recommended, and I second that motion.
Well, so the thing that I want to say, based on what you're saying, you requested to interview somebody for the Planning Commission, Councilmember Aris, and the council granted that. They could have moved forward, and so I think Councilmember Carbasi is asking for the very same courtesy to delay it for a week.
So I'm waiting to hear from Member Carbasi. His request was indefinite, so if it's for next week.
So, my request was never indefinite, sir.
Wait,
I was requesting until the next meeting.
So next
Next week?
Wednesday, Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Is that acceptable?
I'm trying to understand, is that to bring back the same list that we have
Yeah.
today?
And give an opportunity for those of us who would like to talk to whoever those folks are. I'd like to talk to the people represented in my district.
But this is not to make an amendment to the current.
I have no intention of doing that.
I don't either.
amenable
I
to-
mean, really, it's kind of moot. It would have been nice to have had a chance to be included in the process. We weren't. This is the
I'm
least
amenable
we can,
to that.
Yeah, this is the least we can ask
for
for.
next Wednesday as the list
However,
stands.
council member,
Okay,
this is the policy-making body, and we have a right to make a change if we want to.
Time out,
Thank you.
because we're talking over each other here. So is the desire to continue it to next week, yes or no?
Yes, but I'm not promising I won't make a recommendation for a change. It's not my intent,
Okay.
but I'm just letting you know.
Councilmember Maxwell, are you agreeable to amending that for next week? We'll bring it back on Wednesday?
Bringing back the list as is next Wednesday, I'm amenable to that.
All right.
Yeah,
So-
Mayor, any changes that you might potentially make between now and submitting the item, check in with the subcommittee.
I don't anticipate making any changes. In fact, I'd like to bring it forth on consent.
All right, so I'll change my motion. I'll withdraw my second from Member Maxwell's motion, and I'll make a motion to table this to 1 week as presented today.
Let me ask a question. Is this just a dog and pony show? Because if we didn't have any input, if there's no point and you're going to bring it back and do it anyways, why even make a gesture? This is the only, hold on. Sorry. You, forgive me. This is the only time we can actually be open with the public, with all of us here.
Councilmember
let's be realistic
Councilmember
here.
Carbasi, Councilmember Bredefield wanted more time to be able to do some research more on the individuals. That was the premise of that. Is
Me
that
too.
not your desire?
Absolutely, but at the same time, I'm not going to commit to saying I'm just going to rubber stamp these individuals when we had no input in this
So
process.
Councilmember,
Can't do it.
if I may.
And when we get to that point, you're free to make any kind of motion or recommendation, and the board majority will weigh in at that time.
Understood, but I'm sorry, Mr. President. I get the feeling that this is all predetermined. It really doesn't matter. So I don't want to waste people's time.
So,
Does that make
Councilmember,
sense?
if I may, I'm simply trying to offer the common courtesy that has been offered to us. You're right. We've asked for more time with the commissioners. Today, Member Bredefield asked more time for the flood control. If you're asking for 1 more week to interview candidates, I'm fine with that. We're not asking for any other thing. We're not asking to vote one way or the other. You can vote however you want when the week comes.
Okay. I just really encourage more transparency in
I
this
think
body.
we're pretty clear what the motion is on the floor, is to bring it back next week. So motion was made. Second, is there any opposition to that specific motion? All right, seeing none, the motion passes. All right, let's take care of our last closed session. City Attorney, you want to read for the record?
Session item is real property negotiation concerning the listed APN. There will not be any announcement afterwards.
All right, and for the public's benefit, we will be zooming into our closed session, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.